He gently caressed the soul ring with his fingers and sized up Han Shuo with uncertainty. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. We will go first. You can weigh the pros and cons yourself, Han Shuo said with a faint smile. Soon after, he told Bichimos how to use the soul ring. It wasn't difficult to refine such a small demonic artifact. If Han Shuo wanted to, he could refine it and use it repeatedly. It was just that Han Shuo now considered the Abyss Realm as his personal territory, and didn't want any gods to easily enter. Since this was the only interplanar transportation matrix and there happened to be a natural barrier in the form of the Stardust Current, Han Shuo would definitely make good use of it. While Bichimos held the soul ring in silence, Han Shuo took out a few more, handed them to Sanguiner, Jasper, Hamana, and Sylph respectively, and explained in detail how to use the soul ring. My lord, we can also leave with you. Bord took a step forward, knelt on one knee in front of Han Shuo and pleaded. Han Shuo shook his head smilingly and said, that won't be necessary for the time being. The two of you are the closest to me. You two will stay in the Abyss Realm and help me take care of things. Accept the faith of all the people of the Abyss Realm. Don't worry, I might return very soon. At that time, I will bring the two of you along with me to help me eradicate some enemies. With the current situation on Profound Continent unclear, Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to let Bord and Zinnia leave with him. Once they arrived at Profound Continent without a hitch, the Abyss Realm would be akin to Han Shuo's enormous back garden. By then, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. The most crucial thing right now was to settle everything in the Abyss Realm and change the faith of the peoples. Yes, my lord. Bord did not say anything else after hearing Han Shuo's explanation. The two of you can leave first. Wipe out all the forces in the Abyss Realm. The next time I come, I hope that the Abyss Realm will no longer have the strength to resist. Han Shuo nodded and instructed. Bord and Zinnia did not say anything else. They respectfully bowed to Han Shuo and silently flew away. Han Shuo raised his head to look at the starry quicksand in midair. His two avatars, each holding a soul ring, suddenly flew out. Just as Han Shuo was about to enter, Han Shuo saw that Bichimos was still hesitating. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo suddenly raised his voice and asked, are you leaving or not? Bichimos kept silent. His green eyes flickered as he looked at the starry quicksand. Han Shuo understood that Bichimos wasn't afraid that Han Shuo would intentionally harm him. Rather, it was because he was too terrified of the might of the starry quicksand, and couldn't trust the soul ring refined by Han Shuo. Master, he's not leaving. Let's leave first. Ever since Sanguiner had followed Han Shuo and experienced a bloody massacre, he had grown bolder and bolder. Now, he was actually not that afraid of the great demon king Bichimos. Sanguiner's body was indeed extraordinary. His tenacious will was gradually manifesting. In contrast, Jasper and the others who had followed Han Shuo for a longer period of time still had fear on their faces when facing Bichimos. Jasper, Hamana, and Sylph carefully held the soul ring and raised their heads to look at the starry quicksand. There was still some fear in their eyes. Women are indeed women. When faced with such a situation, they are indeed not as courageous as men. Han Shuo sighed inwardly. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo instructed Sanguiner, use your soul ring. I will bring you to the starry quicksand for a spin. Yes, master. Sanguiner was as bold as the heavens. Despite clearly knowing the terror of the starry quicksand, he immediately agreed. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Sanguiner bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the soul ring. With a flash of blood-red light, the soul ring concealed itself within Sanguiner's body with a whoosh. Soon after, a faint halo abruptly flashed from Sanguiner's head. Han Shuo grabbed Sanguiner and abruptly dropped his body into the starry quicksand. As soon as the two entered, rays of light fiercely shot out from Sanguiner's head. The shining halo on his head seemed to obstruct the erosion of some kind of power. I'm fine. Did you see that? Sanguiner's mouth curved into a mocking smile as he shouted at Bichimos. Bichimos's green eyes were filled with shock as he exclaimed, he's actually fine. Unbelievable, unbelievable. What are you waiting for? Han Shuo softly shouted. Bichimos no longer doubted Han Shuo's words. Following Han Shuo's instructions, he activated his soul ring and abruptly shot it towards the starry quicksand. Jasper and the other two girls also did not hesitate. Together with Han Shuo's two avatars, They activated their soul rings and shot them towards the starry quicksand. One figure after another shot into the starry quicksand. With Han Shua's body leading the way, they once again headed towards the abyss. After traveling for a while, everyone safely passed through the entrance blocked by the starry quicksand. Amidst the exclamations of amazement, they spent some time to return to the Abyss Valley where the interplanar transportation matrix was located. What's going on? What happened? Bichimos asked Han Shua with a look of astonishment on his face as he gazed at the valley where the mist of the boundary seal had completely vanished. It's nothing. Perhaps I was swept away by the starry quicksand once and temporarily lost my power. Han Shua casually explained. He reactivated the interplanar transportation matrix and said to Bichimos, "Tell me the coordinates of your hometown's interplanar transportation matrix." Bichimos eagerly reported an extremely long string of numbers. Soon after, Bichimos impatiently walked into the matrix. Before the transmission matrix was activated, Bichimos said, "Han Shua, if you ever come to my hometown, remember to find me using the method I gave you." Understood. Han Shua waved his hand in a carefree manner. Just as he was about to send Bichimos off, he smiled and asked, "One last question. Are you a man or a woman? What do you think?" Bichimos' green eyes seemed to be smiling. His voice was elegant and pleasing to the ear. He seemed to be in a good mood. Just as I expected. Han Shua smiled faintly and helped Bichimos activate the transportation matrix. Amidst the dazzling radiance, the surrounding space distorted for a moment. Let's go too. After refilling the matrix with magic crystal ores, Han Shua, Jasper and the others stood in front of the interplanar transportation matrix and activated it. Chapter 583. A ray of light flashed and the scenery around him changed. Although he was prepared, when Han Shua saw the familiar surroundings, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He immediately let out a long laugh in the cemetery of death. "I'm back." Beneath his feet was that enormous interplanar transportation matrix. Beside it were several storerooms. Outside the wide-open door was the perpetually gloomy sky, the dense element of death, and the ground was covered with white bones. That's right. This is the cemetery of death. Sanguiner, Jasper, and the others walked down from the interplanar transportation matrix. They looked around curiously and clicked their tongues in wonder. "Master, is this your hometown?" Sanguiner asked as he looked at the white bones on the ground and savored the smell of the air. "Yes, but this place is completely shrouded by a boundary. The outside world is the original appearance of this world." Han Shua couldn't contain his joy. After thinking for a moment, he instructed, "I don't know how long I've been gone either. You guys stay here for the time being. I want to take a look at the current situation on Profound Continent. When I have familiarized myself with this place, I will come back and take you away." Jasper, Sanguiner, and the others didn't have any objections to Han Shua's words. They had long noticed that Han Shua was excited and knew that Han Shua was eager to find out the changes in this world after he left. After giving a few instructions to Jasper and the others, Han Shua had them all leave the interplanar transportation matrix. He once again stood at the center of the transportation matrix and activated it in a small-scale manner. With a flash of light, Han Shua vanished from the cemetery of death and arrived at a secret chamber excavated deep beneath the city lord's mansion in Brettel City. The short-range magical matrix formed by the few magical sticks was right beneath the Earth Elite Zombies excavation. After Han Shua looked around, he discovered that not much had changed. After walking out from the secret chamber, Han Shua unfolded his consciousness and immediately took in the entirety of Brettel City. Han Shua didn't know how long he had been gone, but from Han Shua's observation, Brettel City was obviously more prosperous and powerful than when he left. With a thought, Han Shua suddenly appeared in the central meeting hall of the city lord's mansion. Dorcas, Jack, Dick, Falk, Helentina, and the others were in the middle of a heated discussion in the meeting hall when a strange light suddenly flashed past. An imposing figure appeared in the middle of the hall. These leaders of Brettel City were startled. Just as they were about to berate the intruder, they were all dumbfounded. Each and every one of them looked at Han Shua standing in the center with disbelief. The heated discussions came to an abrupt halt. "There's an assassin, take him down." A young, unfamiliar guard captain at the door suddenly let out a shrill howl and charged at Han Shuo without a care for his own safety. Two figures suddenly shot out of nowhere and rushed toward Han Shuo with a murderous aura. They were Elizabeth and Balins, who cultivated the god-slaying devil path. The two had been hiding in the dark all along. When they sensed the powerful energy coming from the meeting hall, they immediately flew out from the shadows. However, when the two were halfway to the meeting hall, they saw clearly who the intruder was. They forcibly halted their swift and violent momentum and kowtowed in front of Han Shuo with incomparable excitement. Looking at Han Shuo, the two trembled from head to toe, but didn't know what to say for a moment. When the guard captain, who didn't know Han Shuo, saw the two old monsters, Elizabeth and Balins, suddenly kneeling before Han Shuo, he thought that he had been murdered. He felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he probably wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. However, he still didn't retreat. His sword glinted with silver light as it fiercely stabbed at Han Shuo. Stop! All of a sudden, all the leaders of Bretel City in the meeting hall reacted at the same time and shouted. The guard captain was greatly startled by the violent shout in the meeting hall. Before he could react, Elizabeth had already pressed him down with lightning speed and forced him to kneel before Han Shuo. You blind fool! You even dare to attack the city lord? Are you tired of living? Elizabeth glowered at the guard captain and cursed. The guard captain didn't seem to react for a moment. He said blankly, City lord? I thought Bretel City doesn't have a city lord? Suddenly he seemed to recall something. When he saw the respect in the eyes of Elizabeth and Balins, his body trembled and he said in a trembling voice, Please forgive me, my lord. Please forgive me. Han Shuo waved his hand and didn't reply. He merely looked at everyone in the meeting hall. From Jack to Falk, Han Shuo noticed that there were some obvious changes in everyone. However, the changes weren't too drastic. That big fatty Jack had actually grown a beard. He looked much more mature than before. He naturally exuded the aura of a person of high status. Dorcas was still as solemn as ever. His face was filled with the unswerving determination of having weathered many hardships. Helentina was still as beautiful as ever. Her fiery eyes were looking at Han Shuo, as though she wanted to melt Han Shuo. After looking at everyone, Han Shuo heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that he hadn't been away for too long. Ever since he returned to Profound Continent, Han Shuo had always been a little afraid. Back when he was in the spacetime discontinuum, Han Shuo had a feeling that time and space were in disarray. He feared that the time he spent in the Abyss realm had accelerated too much for the gears of time on Profound Continent. If the time difference between the two material planes was too great, and he returned to Profound Continent only to find that everyone he was familiar with had died of old age, it would be an unbearable blow to him. Therefore, ever since he returned to Profound Continent, he had been worried about this. Looking at the faces of the crowd, although there had been some changes, it seemed that not too much time had passed. Han Shuo heaved a genuine sigh of relief. How long have I been gone? Under the excited gazes of the crowd, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and finally took the initiative to speak. 5 years, it's been another 5 years. You punk, where the hell have you been this time? Jack suddenly shrieked. His fat body stomped towards Han Shuo, his fist fiercely pounding on Han Shuo's chest, as though trying to express the excitement of reuniting with Han Shuo after such a long time. Although the others were also indescribably excited, they only expressed their emotions through their expressions and eyes. They did not vent their emotions with their actions like Jack. After all, Jack and Han Shuo had known each other since they were in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The relationship between the two was deeper than the others. Although Helentina, the beautiful magus who had long considered herself to be Han Shuo's woman, was also intimate with Han Shuo, she was too embarrassed to throw herself into Han Shuo's embrace in public. She could only use the fiery passion in her eyes to tell Han Shuo how excited she was. 5 years, luckily it's only 5 years. Hee. Han Shuo laughed heartily as he allowed Jack to pound on his chest. Only 5 years. How many 5 years does a person have? You scoundrel, you threw such a big mess to us, yet you don't care about it at all. You disappear for a few years when you have nothing better to do. That's too much. After pounding for a while, Jack saw that Han Shuo was indifferent and his fat hands were aching faintly. He had no choice but to give up on venting his emotions. He glared fiercely at Han Shuo and complained. Suddenly, two figures flew over from afar. Han Shuo knitted his brows and looked outside in surprise. In the blink of an eye, the two figures had already arrived at the meeting hall. It was the rank 5 Emperor of the Flames and the old monster Statholm. When the two saw Han Shuo appear, they were obviously even more shocked than Han Shuo. They looked at Han Shuo in disbelief. I thought you were already killed by the six-horned tribal king of the soul race? Han Shuo and the old monster Statholm said in unison as they looked at each other. As soon as they finished speaking, the two looked at each other in dismay. Soon after they burst into laughter. Where's my child? Where did you take my child? The Emperor of the Flames yelled at Han Shuo with her shrewish voice as soon as she arrived. Han Shuo was stunned. He looked at the shrewish Emperor of the Flames and the handsome Statholm with a bitter smile and asked, "Why are you two here? What happened after I left?" "It's a long story." The old monster Statholm put on a faint smile. He looked at the crowd of Brettel City in the meeting hall and said, 3 years ago, a great war that engulfed the entire continent erupted on Profound Continent. Many interesting things have happened over the past few years. Currently, the entire continent is in the flames of war driven by some people with ulterior motives. It's a long story. Hey kid, hurry up and tell me, where's my child? The Emperor of the Flames, who was concerned about Fire Elite Zombie, started to yell again. Since the shrewish Emperor of the Flames was in Brettel City, Han Shuo believed that he must have helped Brettel City a lot over the years. The rank 5 Emperor of the Flames was a demigod existence. Even after 5 years, he was still a demigod existence. However, once Fire Elite Zombie, who was currently digesting a low god of fire elemental energy, completely digested Seacrop's energy, he would absolutely surpass the rank 5 Emperor of the Flames. He's currently cultivating and will be able to see you after some time. After a short pause, Han Shuo looked at the shrewish middle-aged woman with a beaming smile and said, "The next time you see him, you will discover how much he has changed, much more than you can imagine." Humph, deliberately mystifying things. I'm going back first. Take good care of that kid for me. The rank 5 Emperor of the Flames seemed to have come to the meeting hall to protect the crowd. But when she saw that the person who came was Han Shuo, she lost all interest and flew out at top speed again after finishing those words. From the behavior of Elizabeth Imbalance, as well as the arrival of Statholm the old monster and the Lord of the Flames, Han Shuo knew that Brettel City wasn't as secure and stable as he had imagined. It seemed that they were guarding against something. "Statholm, tell me about the current situation." Han Shuo bunched his brows and asked the old monster. Chapter 584. For the next 5 years, Profound Continent was engulfed in the flames of war. Lancelot Empire, Kasi Empire, Brute Merchant Alliance, Angela Empire, Odin Empire and many other empires big or small all participated in this war. The original 7 Grand Duchies were successfully occupied by Lancelot Empire's sudden attack in Hellentina, and Bert Zeely's secret rebellion. Odin Empire, the strongest empire on the continent, joined forces with Kasi Empire and continuously expanded their territory. Many small countries in the vicinity were nibbled away by the two empires. Even the other Angela Empire had occupied more than half of its territory. The Brute Merchant Alliance was also in a precarious situation. They had to painstakingly resist the encroachment of Odin Empire. Not long after Lancelot Empire occupied the 7 Grand Duchies, it welcomed the invasion of the Empire of Orcs. This time, the offensive of the Empire of Orcs was much more ferocious than in previous years. Firenze, the commander of the Howling Legion, found it extremely difficult to defend the southern border. Most of Lancelot Empire's military forces were stationed at the southern border. The Empire of Orcs kept attacking at the southern border, while Kasi Empire took the opportunity to attack Lancelot Empire. Lancelot Empire, which had taken down the 7 Grand Duchies with great difficulty, simply did not have the time to digest the aftermath of the war before it suffered heavy losses from being attacked from both front and back. The unbridled invasion of the Orcs caused the citizens of the Empire to panic. On the contrary, Brettel City was relatively stable. Under the management of Jack, Dorcas, and the others, the city became more and more prosperous. The territory that originally belonged to the 7 Grand Duchies was now managed by Jack, Dorcas, and the others. Among them, Dorcas's military talent had been recognized by everyone. He had become a military genius of Brettel City who was on par with Firenze. Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies were a natural barrier to the east of Lancelot Empire, facing the threat of the Brute Merchant Alliance. For the past few years, due to the constant pressure from the mighty Odin Empire, the Brute Merchant Alliance and Brettel City lived in harmony. They even secretly cooperated with each other to resist the mighty threat of Odin Empire. Through Stadholm's description, Han Shua gradually gained a better understanding of the overall situation on Profound Continent. Han Shua also slowly sorted out the relationships between countries. After Stadholm described the situation of the continent, Han Shua frowned and began to carefully observe the old monster Stadholm. Stadholm, the old monster, had completely digested the origin crystal of fighting aura many years ago. Now his soul had fused with the origin crystal of fighting aura. Although he had yet to reach the realm of base god, he wasn't far from it. At Han Shua's realm, he understood that the fighting aura cultivated on Profound Continent did not belong to the 12 mainstream forces. Light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, death, the 8 elemental forces, and fate, space, time, life, and destruction, the 4 elemental forces, were the 4 elemental forces. Combat aura was a type of power that was formed from a mixture of light and air. Similar to the summoning element in Datara's plunder ability, it was an unorthodox type of power. However, perhaps due to the fact that fighting aura contained the element of light, in addition to the fact that air was one of the more abundant elements, there were quite a few people who cultivated in the energy of fighting aura on various material planes. Apart from the 12 fundamental forces, the energy of fighting aura was the most populous. Back when Han Shua was in Tarag Canyon and encountered the soul race, he had seen 12 energy spheres that could fuse with souls. However, those 12 spheres did not correspond to the 12 fundamental forces. For instance, the 2 relatively special energies of life and fate were not present in those 12 spheres. Instead, there was the energy of fighting aura cultivated by Stadholm, the old monster, and the energy of summoning. Although fighting aura was not one of the 12 fundamental forces, the fact that there were quite a number of people who cultivated it on various material planes proved that this energy had its own uniqueness. It seemed that Stadholm, the old monster's luck was pretty good. Not only did he successfully evade the pursuit of the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race, but he also successfully fused the energy sphere with his soul. Did the Church of Light and Calamity Church make any big moves in recent years? How did you escape the pursuit of that 6-horned tribal king back then? Also, why are you here? After Stadholm described the current situation on the continent, Han Shua pondered for a moment and asked again. The old monster casually pulled a chair and sat down. When he saw that Han Shua was still standing there proudly, he gestured for Han Shua to sit opposite him. Only then did he explain, back then, that 6-horned tribal king had a great battle with that saintess at the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. After the two of us parted, I immediately went to the northernmost region of the continent to cultivate. I'm not sure what happened after that, but that 6-horned tribal king did not come looking for me. After a short pause, Stadholm looked at Han Shua and continued, what happened after that was much simpler. After my soul fused with the crystal of fighting aura, that 6-horned tribal king could no longer find me. At that time, the 7 Grand Duchies had already been occupied by the Lancelot Empire, and you were the master of Brettel City. Therefore I couldn't say much. However, I was, after all, the state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty, and the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies were also my citizens. Therefore, I decided to stay in the 7 Grand Duchies, which could be considered as doing my best. After hearing Stadholm's words, Han Shua nodded to indicate that he understood. Stadholm, the old monster, had been the protector of the 7 Grand Duchies for many years. Even though the 7 Grand Duchies had been recovered by the Lancelot Empire, Stadholm was the only one within the 7 Grand Duchies. He believed that the Lancelot Empire and Brettel City would not do anything to the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies out of respect for him. Have the Calamity Church and the Church of Light been peaceful these past few years? Han Shua asked again. The old monster forced a smile and shook his head. He looked at Han Shua and said, the incessant wars on Profound Continent these days have very strong religious influences behind them. The Calamity Church, the Church of Light, the Shrine of Ice, and the Druidic Order, these four major religious organizations on Profound Continent, not only have they all participated in the wars, there are also some other small religions in disarray. The Odin Empire, the strongest on the continent, is strongly supported by the Church of Light. Following the Odin Empire's conquest of various countries, the number of believers of the Church of Light has also increased. Kasi Empire is backed by the Shrine of Ice, Angela Empire is backed by the Calamity Church, and your Lancelot Empire is currently supported by the Druidic Order. The way I see it, the reason why the flames of war on Profound Continent are being incited is because of the four major religions. After experiencing the Abyss Realm and becoming a god, Han Shua had a clear understanding of the struggles between the four major religions. He naturally understood that the struggle between the four major religions was inseparable from the competition for the power of faith. Han Shua reckoned that the Calamity Church was a little more ruthless. This kind of incessant slaughter, destruction, and death should be exactly what they were happy to see. It seems that there are religious influences behind every country. Do the Empire of Orcs and the Brute Merchant Alliance have any religious support? Han Shua creased his brows and inquired. The Empire of Orcs believes in the Orc god. As for the Brute Merchant Alliance, the Soul Race is currently pulling the strings behind the scenes. The Tarrag Canyon in the territory of the Brute Merchant Alliance has now become the holy land of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Don't you think this world is very interesting? Stratholme the old monster smiled bitterly. He could not understand the current situation. So that's how it is. Although it is a little surprising, it's not hard to accept. Han Shua understood what those people were fighting for. The Brute Merchant Alliance could be considered a major power. The six-horned tribal king of the Soul Race naturally possessed outstanding strength. It was indeed not difficult for him to gain the trust of the merchants of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Then what about our Brettel city? Han Shua's eyes were glistening as he stared at Stratholme the old monster. He smiled and said, although your strength has grown by a large margin, you have yet to become a god. It is still impossible for you to obtain the power of faith. Spreading his hands, Stratholme the old monster helplessly said, naturally, I do not have the qualifications to obtain the power of faith. However, that beautiful woman you brought out from the underground world has been wantonly promoting Spider Goddess Rose in Brettel City. She has even established several shrines. At present, there are indeed many believers of Spider Goddess Rose in Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies. Upon hearing these words, Han Shua's face turned cold. He coldly shouted, although she has changed her body, name and identity, she is still Adele. I didn't expect that she would dare to cause trouble in my territory. She must be tired of living. After a short pause, Han Shua creased his brows and looked at Stratholme the old monster. He said, others may not know of her intentions, but do you not? Why didn't you kill her? Stratholme forced a smile and shook his head. He said, although I can kill her, I still have to give you face, don't I? What do you mean? Han Shua asked puzzledly. She considers herself to be your woman. Moreover, she is on good terms with your other women. Moreover, she is deeply trusted by His Majesty the King of Lancelot Empire. How can I make a move on her? After a short pause, Stratholme's brows were tightly knitted as he continued, moreover, this woman is not simple at all. She seems to have experts protecting her. Even I have some misgivings. She does have some ability. However, she has reached her limit, Han Shua said with a cold smile. There were many citizens in Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies. The power of faith gathered would be a considerable amount. As the Lord of Brettel City, Han Shua would absolutely not allow others to steal what belonged to him. Chapter 585. Had it not been for the Primordius dragon cutting off the interplanar passageway to Han Shua, Adele would have been killed 5 years ago. After 5 years, Han Shua did not expect that the unremarkable Adele would cause such a huge ruckus in Brettel City. This was rather out of Han Shua's expectations. Through the narration of Stratholme the old monster, Jack, and the others, Han Shua was able to quickly understand the current situation. With Han Shua's strength expanding to such an extent, Han Shua did not take any of the threats on Profound Continent to heart. Han Shua unfolded his consciousness and circled around Brettel City. Han Shuo immediately sensed the shrine of Spider Goddess rose. At the center of a palace at the summit of Mount Silk was a mysterious statue of Spider Goddess Rose. Some believers dressed in black robes were devoutly prostrating themselves in worship towards the statue of Spider Goddess Rose, selflessly offering their faith. Among them was an elegant purple-haired young lady, who stood indifferently in front of the statue of Spider Goddess. Specks of demonic light sprinkled from her hand onto those worshipping believers in front of her. At this time of war, the people at the bottom of society needed an object of faith. Adele, who considered herself to be Han Shuo's woman, used extraordinary means to gain the trust of Emily, Phoebe, and the other ladies. She was also highly regarded by Lawrence. Under her propaganda, Spider Goddess Rose became the object of faith for many citizens of Brettel City. The palace on the summit of Mount Silk was currently the largest shrine in the territory of Brettel City. For the past few years, Spider Goddess Lolth had performed several miracles, causing those believers to spread the word willingly. They even took the initiative to persuade the commoners in the surroundings to become believers of Goddess Lolth. In the forbidden area behind the shrine, Adele, who had changed her identity, was sitting cross-legged at the center of a magical matrix in the shape of a spider web. The element of darkness around her was dense. Adele had a solemn expression and faint dark radiance was flickering on her body. All of a sudden, an intense palpitation rose in Adele's heart, as though a terrifying crisis was descending from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed, and Adele had become a demigod through her own efforts and the spider goddess love. In Brettel City, by virtue of her special identity, she had befriended the important figures around Han Shuo and became an extremely special existence. She believed that there shouldn't be anyone in Brettel City who could threaten her. What's going on? Puzzled, Adele slowly opened her eyes and muttered to herself. She opened her eyes, and the spider silk threads around her disappeared into her body one by one. Above the empty hall, there was a huge spider web covering it. A few shadows that had been entangled in the spider web slid down and turned into 5 women with blank eyes. "Sir, what are your orders?" one of the women asked in a numb and lifeless voice. "Nothing, I just feel a little uneasy." Adele frowned and said indifferently. Every time she saw these expressionless faces, Adele felt a chill and uneasiness in her heart. However, Adele knew in her heart that she needed these helpers who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. "With us here, no one can hurt you. As long as you do what you should do, you will be fine," the woman in the lead said in a lifeless voice. "When will the goddess bestow me new power?" Although Adele was afraid, she still needed to ask clearly when it concerned her own interests. "When all the people of Brettel City acknowledge the existence of the goddess and all the power of faith belongs to the goddess, you will be able to obtain new power," the woman in the lead replied in the same lifeless voice. "You will probably never have the chance." A cold voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. A majestic figure walked in step by step. "Brian, it's you, it's actually you," Adele cried out in surprise. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she shrieked hysterically, "You didn't die, you actually didn't die. Very good, very good. Haha." Looking at Adele shrieking and laughing, Han Shuo's expression was cold and detached as he said, "What? Not going to continue to play tricks? Back then I couldn't kill you, so I had to conceal my identity. Now only death awaits you. What else do I need to conceal?" Adele glared at Han Shuo resentfully. That familiar aura reappeared on her body. She said word by word, "Everything I have done is for you to pay the price. With just you?" Han Shuo looked at Adele coldly and taunted, "It's not me." Adele took a deep breath, pointed at the women beside her with hollow eyes, and said, "It's them." While Adele was speaking, the 5 women with hollow eyes and pale faces had unknowingly surrounded him. The dark energy on their bodies was slowly being released. The 5 women all cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness and possessed at least demigod strength. Han Shuo could sense a little evil divine energy from Spider Goddess rose from the 5 of them. Nodding, Han Shuo said in a callous voice, "No wonder even the old monster Statholm is somewhat apprehensive. So it's because you have these guys by your side. Scared? Haha." Adele laughed hysterically, but her eyes were staring venomously at Han Shuo. She said, "It's good that you're not dead. I want to watch you die slowly." 5 years ago, When Han Shuo cultivated demonic arts to the carnal realm, he already possessed demigod strength. Every increase in demonic arts would increase his strength tenfold or even 100-fold. Now that Han Shuo was at the Nine Changes realm, he did not know what realm his true strength had reached. However, when surrounded by the 5 women, Han Shuo clearly did not feel the slightest sense of danger. In Han Shuo's eyes, the 5 seemingly lifeless women were like ants that could be squashed to death at any time. "I won't waste any more time with you," Han Shuo said coldly and suddenly made his move. A violent evil energy suddenly erupted from his body. The 5 expressionless women who had surrounded Han Shuo suddenly trembled. Their strength wasn't on the same level at all. There was no joy in slaughtering them. Violent, evil energy was released from Han Shuo's 2 hands. The air around him crackled as a few streaks of blood flashed across the dark hall. The 5 women who hadn't even had the chance to make a move had already become truly lifeless, ice-cold corpses. The demonic blades unsheathed and rested on Adele's smooth neck. Han Shuo looked coldly at the horrified Adele and said, "5 years ago, I could easily kill you. 5 years later, you still don't have the slightest chance. All your efforts have been exchanged for a predestined ending. Death again." "No, I can't accept this." Adele shrieked like a madwoman. She stared resentfully at Han Shuo and said, Why did you become so strong? Why is it that even the divine servant carefully cultivated by the spider goddess is powerless to resist?" Adele was so agitated that she didn't even care about the demonic blades resting on her neck. She couldn't help but shake her head as she yelled. Her neck was already stained with blood. Han Shuo didn't kill Adele immediately. This woman who used his name to recruit believers for the spider goddess still had an important mission that she hadn't completed. The demonic blades suddenly retracted. Han Shuo's left hand lost its sharpness and became smooth again. Grabbing Adele's hair, Han Shuo dragged the battered and exhausted Adele like a dead dog and walked straight to the front of the hall. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Adele was still yelling crazily. Han Shuo didn't pay any attention to her. He dragged this crazy woman all the way to the largest spider goddess shrine in Bretel City. At this moment, some believers of the spider goddess were still kneeling humbly, worshipping the altar in front of them. "Saintess!" The voice came from the mouth of the beautiful young lady presiding over the shrine. Looking at the shrine lord who was being dragged over like a dead dog, the young lady couldn't restrain the fear in her heart and screamed, "Villain, put down the saintess!" The believers who were worshipping suddenly shouted crazily when they noticed the changes in the shrine. With a wave of his hand, a bright invisible boundary blocked all of them. Paying no heed to their craziness, Han Shuo threw Adele onto the altar in the center and activated the altar with great familiarity. Hundreds and thousands of spider webs darted out like little snakes and immediately wrapped around Adele. Rays of dazzling light, accompanied by the descent of a mysterious energy, appeared on the body of Adele, who was wrapped in spider webs at the center of the altar. In the next moment, Adele's eyes brightened as she fiercely stared at Han Shuo. The look in her eyes was unfamiliar and evil. "Who are you? How dare you ruin my business?" Adele suddenly spoke in a somewhat unfamiliar voice. "I am the Lord of Bretel City. If you want to steal the power of faith that belongs to me, come here yourself." Han Shuo said indifferently as he looked at Adele with cold eyes and sensed the infusion of divine soul from who knows how many material planes away. Adele stared deeply at Han Shuo for a while. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "I will come here myself." "Just as well. It's time to settle the debt from back then," Han Shuo shouted. After she finished speaking, Adele's eyes slowly closed. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Seeing that Adele's mission was completed, Han Shuo stretched out his hand and lightly patted her forehead, thoroughly erasing her soul. Chapter 586. A few years ago, when Han Shuo was assassinating a Grand Duke, his mind was suddenly bewitched, and his consciousness was completely taken over by lust. Han Shuo came to his senses and found a place to resist a force that forcibly changed his mind, paying a huge price. After so many years, Han Shuo, who had entered the divine realm, had long since understood that the force originated from Spider Goddess Rose. However, because they were separated by many material planes, and he had used the divine energy that Adele had planted to trigger it, Rose's power had been greatly reduced. That was why she was unable to control Han Shuo. Han Shuo had always kept this score in mind. His murderous intent towards Spider Goddess Rose had long since arisen. Now that he had returned to Bretel City, he heard from the old monster Statholm that Adele had established a shrine in his territory and stole the power of faith from the people of Bretel City. It was only natural that Han Shuo would fly into a rage. With Adele as a medium and the altar at the center of the shrine, Han Shuo successfully conveyed his anger to Spider Goddess Rose. After Adele's soul was obliterated by Han Shuo, there was no longer any possibility of resurrection. Her corpse fell limply into a pool of blood, with all signs of life completely gone. Han Shuo casually let go and pointed a finger at the center of the altar where Adele was lying. A ruthless energy was suddenly released, and the altar abruptly shattered into pieces. After his avatars of death and destruction had ascended to godhood, Han Shuo was well aware of some of the methods that gods use to collect the power of faith. The shattered altar was used to gather the power of faith, and was also the key for Spider Goddess Rose to communicate with her direct believers. Now that the altar was destroyed, as long as there was no powerful believer to rebuild it, Rose would no longer be able to communicate with her direct believers. For example, Han Shuo, a low god of death, could still obtain the power of faith from the Abyss realm, even though they were separated by many material planes. As for those direct believers whom Han Shuo had sprinkled with the light of faith in the Abyss, Han Shuo could even vaguely sense their consciousness. Faith was an illusory but real special substance. Through faith, Han Shuo could establish a mysterious connection with his believers. If those believers constructed an altar in the Abyss realm, they could even establish a direct connection with Han Shuo across countless material planes. Han Shuo could also exert some of his power on those believers. Back at the slave auction house in Valen City, the necromancer had used the blood altar to successfully establish a connection with the three-eyed demon god. He had used the bones and blood pool to construct the demon god's silhouette. This was the same principle. After Adele died, Han Shuo also destroyed the altar of sin. However, those believers who were blocked by his invisible boundary were still glaring at Han Shuo with hatred, as though they were ready to charge and tear Han Shuo to pieces. I am the city lord of Bretel City. That woman was the root of a rebellion. I have killed her. From today onwards, Bretel City and the 7 Grand Duchies are not allowed to have believers who believe in Spider Goddess Rose, Han Shuo coldly said as he looked at the citizens of Bretel City. However, after Han Shuo finished his speech, he discovered that the hatred in their eyes was still there. It seemed that they had not given up their faith in Spider Goddess Rose just because he was the city lord of Bretel City. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for an ordinary citizen to walk away from this kind of imperceptible influence once they handed over their faith. Although Han Shuo had a great reputation, his influence was far inferior to that of Rose, whom they had worshipped for several years. Looking at the hatred in their eyes, Han Shuo found it rather troublesome. Unless Spider Goddess Rose died, or if they themselves realized the incompetence of their believers, there was really no way for them to walk away from this kind of influence. These people were also citizens of Bretel City. Under Adele's bewitchment, these people had been tormented to a great extent. It was impossible to kill them. It seemed that he could only slowly purge the influence of those souls. From today onwards, all the temples of the Spider Goddess in the vicinity of Bretel City will be destroyed. No one is allowed to worship them, Han Shuo bluntly ordered. Every time a believer worshipped in a temple, it would deepen the believer's reliance on the God they believed in, and the influence on their souls would be even more profound. Due to the strength of an individual's willpower, as well as the length of time a believer had to worship, the degree of reliance a believer had on the God they believed in was different. For example, the fanatics of the Radiant Church were the most paranoid believers. For these people, the God they believed in was their everything. Unless the God they believed in died, no matter how hard they tried to twist their beliefs, they would never be able to change their beliefs. Such people would destroy all those who did not share their beliefs, even at the cost of their own lives. Towards such people, the only way was to kill them and eliminate all evil consequences. The believers in Bretel City, on one hand, had a short amount of time, and on the other hand, didn't have any forceful guidance. They were far from the level of paranoid fanatics. As long as Han Shua put an end to it step by step and slowly guided them, they would one day walk away from the influence of Spider Goddess Rose. After returning from Mount Silk, Han Shua met with Jack, Dorcas, and the others one by one to understand the situation of the people around him. When he was alone with Helen stared at Han Shua with fiery eyes and said softly, "It's been 5 years. You've been gone for 5 years. You're really heartless." It had been 5 years since they last met, but Helen was still as dazzling as ever. Her endless longing for Han Shua had tormented Helen for 5 years. Now that they were alone, she finally couldn't contain her excitement and threw herself into Han Shua's wide embrace. Holding Helen in his arms, smelling the faint fragrance of the beauty in his arms, and feeling her deep affection that was as deep as the sea, Han Shua smiled tenderly and said, "Aren't I back now?" The temperature of Helen's tender body rose unknowingly. A kind of lust seemed to be growing in the dark room. Helen's body was boiling hot in Han Shua's arms. She hugged Han Shua's broad back and couldn't control herself after reuniting after such a long time. She took the initiative to stand on her tiptoes and eagerly asked for Han Shua's favor. As soon as their mouths and teeth touched, it was as though lightning was communicating with fire. The two could no longer control their lust. Amidst the fragrance, Han Shua lifted Helen up by the waist. As she panted, he tore her fiery red magic robe apart, and his big hands climbed onto her towering soft body that was as warm as jade. "Oh, I didn't expect that I would wait for 5 years. Brian, give it to me. I don't want to wait any longer." Helen hugged Han Shua with all her strength and cried tears of joy. A series of scenes seemed to have happened just yesterday. Scenes of warm and ambiguous flirting in Helen's city, walking hand in hand with various beautiful scenic spots, appeared in Han Shua's mind one after another. Feeling the passion of the beauty in his arms, Han Shua's hands became more and more unbridled. Finally, he tore Helen's soft and smooth silk bra apart and took off Helen's cicada's wings that were as thin as a cicada's wings. For the next few days, under Han Shua's orders, the shrines of the Spider Goddess in Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies were all cleared out. Those who were stubborn were mercilessly beheaded. The believers of the Spider Goddess Rose were ordered not to continue worshipping, not to pray, and not to privately build sacrificial altars to worship. At the same time, under Han Shua's instructions, the destroyed shrines of the Spider Goddess were transformed into statues of the City Lord. The statues were then spread to all major cities to publicize the City Lord's glorious achievements. Drawing on the respect and worship of the citizens of Brettel City, he began to consolidate their faith through some simple rituals, making them willingly offer everything to him. It was Han Shua's avatar of destruction that received the power of faith from the citizens of Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies. With the experience of his avatar of death, and having consulted Bichimos on some of the profound mysteries of the Edict of Destruction outside the Void, Han Shua's avatar of destruction could now successfully release the domain of divinity and absorb the power of faith. "You've become a god?" Over the past few days, Han Shua's series of thunderous actions in Brettel City had brought about many changes in the city. When Stadholm the old monster became aware of Han Shua's actions, he finally sought out Han Shua alone. His eyes shone with a strange light as soon as he saw Han Shua, and he inquired in a deep voice. Over the past few days, Han Shua had utterly destroyed the arrangements Adele had made over the past 5 years, as though he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Furthermore, he had begun to publicize his great achievements in Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies. He had used some means to display his might, causing the citizens who had long since worshipped him to willingly offer their faith to him. Although Stadholm the old monster had yet to become a god, he knew that only a true god needed the power of faith. After witnessing Han Shua's actions, Stadholm came to a shocking conclusion in his heart: Han Shua had become a god. Therefore, he urgently sought out Han Shua, impatient to prove whether his judgment was correct or not. Looking at Stadholm, who was eager to seek confirmation, Han Shua put on a faint smile and calmly admitted, "That's right, I have become a god." Although Stadholm had a premonition in his heart, he was still indescribably shocked when he heard Han Shua's affirmation. Stadholm was silent for a long while. Soon after, he looked at Han Shua with some embarrassment and asked, "Can you give me some experience?" Han Shua laughed involuntarily and replied straightforwardly, "No problem. After a short pause, he added, however, the most important breakthrough still depends on yourself. Han Shuo had long had a favorable impression of Statholm. Currently, the latter was only a step away from the realm of base god. Therefore, Han Shuo was very willing to help him. Chapter 587. Are you really willing to help me? Statholm was rather surprised that Han Shuo agreed so readily. He himself felt that it was rather abrupt when he said those words. In his heart, he did not think that Han Shuo would really help him. After all, he knew very well what it meant to become a god. He believed that such a great benefit would not be so easily obtainable given the thin friendship between him and Han Shuo. Han Shuo found the old monster's astonishment rather amusing. From Han Shuo's point of view, Statholm was merely a demigod who was about to break through to base god. There was still an insurmountable distance between him and a true low god. In Han Shuo's eyes, a base god would not affect him in the slightest. That was because most of the demons in the abyss realm were base gods, although they did not rely on their own strength to break through. To Han Shuo, who had 2 low god avatars, a mere base god was nothing at all. Back in Tarag Canyon, Han Shuo and Statholm fought a common enemy. Han Shuo knew that Statholm was someone worth befriending. Over the past few years, Statholm's mission of serving as a guardian in the vicinity of Brettel City had given Han Shuo even more favorable impressions of Statholm. After your soul fused with the crystal of fighting aura, you have formed a soul of element. If you wish to advance further, you will have to work hard on your body. As a swordsman, the fighting aura that you have been cultivating is actually stored within your body. From this aspect, it can be seen that you are blessed by nature. It will be very easy for you to cultivate a body of element, Han Shuo said slowly as he looked at Statholm. After his trip to the Abyss Realm, Han Shuo had gained a better understanding of the cultivation methods of both worlds. Combining his understanding of cultivation in both worlds, Han Shuo discovered that Statholm, who cultivated fighting aura, had a similar cultivation method to the people of the Abyss Realm. They both cultivated fighting aura within their bodies and did not pay attention to the cultivation of the soul. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be too difficult for Statholm to form the body of element after he cultivated the soul of element. With that thought in mind, Han Shuo's consciousness slowly probed the condition of the old monster's body. He immediately discovered that the old monster's body was indeed filled with fighting aura. However, the fighting aura was concentrated in a spot on his chest and did not spread to his skin or bones. With just one look, Han Shuo immediately understood where the problem was. Statholm had long been accustomed to the cultivation method of fighting aura on Profound Continent. Although he had a unique advantage in the formation of the body of element compared to the average magus, it was precisely because of this that he had a fixed train of thought. He was unable to jump out of the shackles he had been under all along and look at the problem in a new way. Seeing that Han Shuo was staring at him with sparkling eyes without saying a word, Statholm felt flustered. Even though the old monster knew that Han Shuo was looking at him with good intentions, he still felt uncomfortable under the pressure Han Shuo was putting on him. Statholm awkwardly moved his fingers and asked, "Is there a problem?" Nodding with a smile, Han Shuo did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "This is how you have always cultivated your fighting aura. Starting from your heart, it will suddenly erupt through your limbs. However, the formation of the body of element requires you to spread your fighting aura to every part of your body. When your body is completely filled with fighting aura, that is when your body of element will be formed." "It's that simple?" The old monster was stunned. "It's that simple," Han Shuo affirmed. After thinking for a moment, he creased his brows and said, "However, to spread fighting aura to every part of your body is not an easy task. First, your body must be able to withstand it. You have to figure this out yourself. I can't help you." After hearing Han Shuo's words, Statholm seemed to have understood something. He pondered in silence. After a while, Statholm looked at Han Shuo with a puzzled expression and said, "You said that you have become a god, but I don't feel the aura of a god from you. What's going on?" "That's simple," Han Shuo said coolly. With a thought, his 2 avatars suddenly flew out from his body. His domain of divinity suddenly unfolded, leaving only the elemental energy of death and the bizarre edict of destruction in the surroundings. A suffocating and terrifying energy instantly enveloped Statholm. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Statholm was more afraid than surprised. Under the domain of divinity that Han Shuo had deliberately released, he felt a sense of helplessness, as though he was facing a towering mountain. Fighting aura was also one of the elemental energies. Although it was not mainstream, it was related to the element of light and air. However, when Han Shuo unfolded his two domains of divinity, Statholm the old monster immediately could not feel the existence of the fighting aura that he relied on for survival. This feeling made Statholm's heart palpitate. So this is the power of a god. The oppressive force of a god's domain alone is not something an ordinary person can withstand. How terrifying! Statholm struggled to resist that feeling of helplessness. After a long while, he finally squeezed out these words with a red face. After withdrawing his domain of divinity, Han Shuo's two avatars no longer deliberately released the powerful pressure. His main body smiled and said, "Do you believe me now?" Nodding, Statholm's eyes shone with a scorching light. He looked deeply at Han Shuo and asked curiously, "But, how come you have three bodies? Could it be that after becoming a god, one can have an additional body?" "No, only I can do that. Don't try it rashly. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Han Shuo shrugged and explained, "You know, I have practiced another kind of martial technique. This martial technique can bring me some unimaginable transformations. However, this transformation is only useful to me, and only I can master it." "You are so lucky." Statholm looked at Han Shuo enviously. Soon after, his eyes turned resolute as he said, "All right, I know how to make a breakthrough. With you in Brettel City, I reckon I don't need to worry about it anymore. I will immediately return to Stranglethorn Valley to train. I hope I can break through to your realm one day." After witnessing the terrifying power of Han Shuo's domain of divinity, Statholm had an indescribable expectation for this realm. He had always been tirelessly pursuing greater power. After this incident, when he was pointed in the right direction by Han Shuo, he immediately became impatient. Han Shuo understood Statholm's feelings. Therefore, he did not stop him and allowed him to leave Brettel City and go to Stranglethorn Valley to train. "It's a pity that Tanai in the Dark Abyss didn't cultivate fighting aura. I didn't get anything suitable for you. Otherwise, I might have given it to you." Han Shuo sighed softly and said to himself after Statholm the old monster had left. After the trip to the Dark Abyss was washed away by the Stardust Current, Han Shuo's avatar successfully absorbed the energy of numerous boundaries and seals, broken magical matrices, and broke through to the Nine Changes realm. He carefully walked around the valley that was free of threats and mist. Indeed, he collected some good stuff that made Han Shuo extremely excited. However, none of them were suitable for Statholm. After Statholm the old monster left, Han Shuo's avatar of death did not merge back together. After thinking for a moment, his avatar of death stayed in the underground of Brettel City and silently digested the divine essence of death he obtained. The divine essence contained a considerable amount of divine energy. For his avatar of death who had just entered the low god realm, it was the most direct tonic. Compared to slowly absorbing the power of faith in the abyss realm, it was much faster to absorb divine energy from the divine essence. Han Shuo estimated that the divine energy contained in a single divine essence was more than the power of faith of all the believers in the abyss realm in 20 years. Moreover, it wouldn't take too long to absorb and digest it. It was no wonder why the four demon kings would disregard their agreement with Bichimos and fight over a single divine essence. Divine essence was indeed an extremely precious item, especially for a god. It was the most direct and fastest way to increase one's strength. The divine energy contained in a tiny divine essence was more than the power of faith of the entire abyss realm in 20 years. This was rather terrifying. Han Shuo's avatar of death remained in Brettel City, while his avatar of destruction traveled to Lancelot Empire's Asen City through the transportation matrix in Brettel City. He would be gone for 5 years. With Emily, Phoebe, and Fanny all staying in Asen City, it was time for him to meet Lawrence. If Han Shuo didn't hurry to Asen City, the three women would definitely make a big fuss when they found out. However, Han Shuo wouldn't use this avatar of his to get intimate with the three women. Although his avatar could transform into another Han Shuo, As it wasn't made of flesh and blood, Han Shuo couldn't overcome the psychological hurdle. Therefore, he only treated his two avatars as his strongest weapons. With that thought in mind, Han Shuo knew that he would have to spend a lot of effort to explain himself to the three women in Asen City. As for Han Shuo's avatar, he returned to the Cemetery of Death using the transportation matrix beneath the city lord's mansion. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo left a few words with Jasper and the others before hurriedly leaving for the dark forest where he buried Dark Dragon Gilbert's remains. After so many years, it was time to reconstruct Gilbert's body. Only his main body that cultivated in demonic attacks could perform this task. The two low-god avatars wouldn't be of any help at all. This time, not only did Han Shuo have the best materials, but he also obtained some divine items from the void. Han Shuo believed that the Dark Dragon Gilbert who reappeared in the world would be even more powerful. Chapter 588. The Dark Forest, the place of extreme fire where the Emperor of Flames had once stayed, Mountain Tanai. After so many years, the rocks in this valley that had been the site of a volcanic eruption were forever the same reddish-brown. In the center of the valley, one couldn't feel the shade of the dark forest, nor could one see any lush and verdant plants. There was only dry and barren red earth and an abnormally high temperature. The traces of the great battle from a few years ago were still there. The broken rock walls and torn ravines seemed to indicate that something had happened here. Today Mountain Tanai was no longer peaceful. Rumbling sounds came from the depths of the earth, as if some ancient beast was about to break out of the earth. The ravines grew larger and larger as if they were being torn apart by invisible hands. The fire elemental energy in the place of extreme fire below seemed to be ignited as the temperature of Mountain Tanai gradually soared. A blurry silhouette swept through the valley at high speed. Rays of dazzling light shot out from his body, shattering the rocks that were as hard as iron and stone and leaving marks on the ground. The silhouette was like an artist drawing a blueprint. As he swept through the valley at high speed, the valley had unknowingly undergone astonishing changes. If someone were to look down from midair, they would discover that the ravines and rocks of Mountain Tanai had shockingly formed a giant picture with a profound meaning, the picture of a soaring dragon. Amidst the lightning, some unknown substances became the materials to fill up the giant picture, and fell into the picture of a soaring dragon in the center of the valley. The rumbling of the earth continued. After a series of steps, the blurry silhouette shuttling through the valley finally stepped heavily on a boulder in the center of the valley. Rumble! A rumbling sound like the eruption of a mountain torrent resounded throughout the valley. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a white dragon skeleton slowly emerged from the ravine that had been torn apart in the valley. The dragon's head, body, and tail were all reflected in the soaring dragon diagram that had existed for a long time. As the giant dragon's skeleton floated up, an even louder rumbling sound came from the depths of the earth. The place of extreme fire that could nurture treasures of the fire attribute, and had existed for an unknown number of years suddenly boiled. Scalding lava overflowed and soaked the giant dragon's skeleton in it. All of a sudden, the figure standing proudly in the air above the valley dropped all kinds of materials into the lava. Among them were colorful bright stones, thick liquid with a pungent smell, and rays of light that contained strange energy. The bubbling magma in the place of extreme fire was extremely hot. It melted the various materials and the giant dragon together. The giant dragon skeleton in the middle of the valley actually shone with a dazzling luster, as if the bones of different thicknesses were as hard as diamonds. Buckets of fresh blood poured down from the hands of the figure standing proudly in midair. As soon as the pungent blood landed on the dragon skeleton, it immediately sizzled and gave off thick smoke. A bizarre change suddenly occurred at this moment. As the buckets of fresh blood poured down, Tanai's dragon skeleton underwent an incredible change. Bloodlines that seemed to be alive entrenched on the dragon skeleton, wriggling as if the blood vessels were reconnected. After an unknown number of buckets of fresh blood poured down, the figure suddenly flew above the dragon's head and forcibly punched a misty ball of strange air into the dragon's brain. In an instant, the originally lifeless skeleton's body that was as hard as a diamond was suddenly wrapped in a blood-red light. Then it began to move bit by bit. After a while, the gradually moving dragon skeleton stopped wriggling. The wriggling bloodlines also stopped growing. A huge blood cocoon completely wrapped the dragon skeleton, as if waiting for Nirvana rebirth. Only at this moment did the busy figure let out a long sigh of relief. Threads of blood shot out from his fingers and landed on the blood cocoon. As soon as the blood fell, it was like a drop of water falling into the sea, without a single ripple. As for the dragon skeleton wrapped in the blood cocoon, the aura of life became stronger and stronger. Then it sank into the depths of the earth bit by bit and quietly lay dormant. After all the steps were completed, Han Shuo did not relax. He calmly watched the transformation of Tanai Gilbert's body. His consciousness secretly moved, trying to communicate with Gilbert's soul through the connection between the two. "Gilbert, have you woken up?" Han Shuo transmitted. His consciousness firmly locked onto the soul in the middle of the skeleton. After a long time, a weak response came from the soul. It was a little tentative and a little surprised. "Master, is that you?" Han Shuo grinned. As soon as he sensed the response from Gilbert's soul, he could not help but heave a genuine sigh of relief. As long as there was a response from the soul, it meant that everything was under Han Shuo's control. It proved that Gilbert's soul had established a connection with that incomplete body. Once this was confirmed, the following matters would be much easier. "It's me. Fortunately, my efforts were not in vain. It seems that there are no problems on the whole." Han Shuo's heart was gratified. However, his consciousness did not relax at all. "What? I'm alive. I'm alive again. That's great." The message was still weak, but Gilbert's excitement was transmitted very clearly. "Master, what should I do next?" "Make the most of your time. During this period of time, you need to quickly familiarize yourself with your soul and your new body's senses, and tacit understanding. Before the blood cocoon is torn, you need to understand the power contained in each of your bones according to the memories I left for you. Most importantly, you have to use all your wisdom to try to dissipate the divine power of the divine crystal of darkness left in your bones. If you can do this, your body will contain the divine power of darkness. Although it is only a little, as long as you carefully comprehend it, you will understand the existence of that divine power and how to obtain it. This will lay a solid foundation for you to become the god of darkness." Han Shuo commanded calmly. "Master, I understand. For the sake of becoming stronger, I, Gilbert, will definitely make good use of this opportunity." "Very good. I forcefully inserted that small piece of the divine crystal of darkness into your body. This is an ingenious method that I've come up with after studying it for a long time. I hope you won't let me down. As long as you can grasp this opportunity and comprehend the existence of divine power, and how to use it, you will not be far from becoming a god." Han Shuo encouraged. "I'll try it immediately." Gilbert clearly understood that this was an extremely rare opportunity. After Han Shuo finished speaking, Gilbert took the initiative to cut off any further communication with Han Shuo. As his body slowly sank into the depths of the earth, he focused all his energy on his new body. Seeing Gilbert working so hard, Han Shuo was very gratified. He also understood that Gilbert truly understood the importance of strength. In the past, in order to save his grandfather and the Dark Dragon race, Gilbert and Han Shuo had rushed all the way to this place. They thirsted for the power of fire in the place of extreme fire. However, Gilbert's strength back then wasn't enough. He could only burn his life force as the price to forcibly raise his speed to the limit that his body couldn't bear. In the end, he died in the Valley of Fire. In these few years, Gilbert, who only had his soul left, had truly tasted the pain of loneliness and helplessness. Within the soul ring that was eternally without light, he had continuously tempered his soul using the method taught by Han Shuo. With tenacious willpower, he had cultivated his soul to the point where it could possess a body. It was precisely because of this that he understood what strength meant to him. He abandoned his impetuous and superficial temperament and began to pursue the path of strength with indomitable will. This was the most crucial moment for Gilbert. Han Shuo didn't dare to leave Gilbert's side. His main body found a boulder in the distance and sat cross-legged on it with a cold and detached expression. While regulating his breathing and recovering the demonic yuan he had consumed, he silently guarded Gilbert. On the other side, Han Shuo's avatar of destruction had used the transportation matrix in Brettel City to descend into Lancelot Empire's Asen City. In the past 5 years, the scenery of Asen City hadn't changed much. The only thing that had changed was the people coming and going. Whether it was the poor or the soldiers, they seemed to have lost much of their former relaxed and contented manner. Their faces were heavy and solemn. Lancelot Empire's situation wasn't good. The ferocious Orc Empire was recklessly attacking the southern border while Kasi Empire, supported by the Shrine of Ice, was constantly pressuring the empire in the west. There had been many big and small battles in the past few years. All the citizens of Lancelot Empire had come to realize the cruelty of war. In addition, Lancelot Empire hadn't been on the winning side for the past few years. Naturally, the citizens were even more terrified. In the past 5 years, Han Shua's 3 women had become the most eye-catching women in Lancelot Empire due to their extraordinary backgrounds and the fact that they stood on the right side in the palace war. Emily, the leader of the Dark Mantle's upper echelon, controlled the dark forces of Lancelot Empire, and was the youngest dark sacred magus in Lancelot Empire. Phoebe, similarly, was the youngest sacred swordmaster and the owner of the Bust Merchant Guild in Lancelot Empire. She held the most wealth in the empire. Fanny, the director of the Necromancy Major of Babylon Academy, was also a Necromancy Grand Magus and had a terrifying father behind her. The 3 women had always been dazzling on the stage of Lancelot Empire. In the past 5 years, because Han Shua hadn't appeared for a long time, countless young and talented men had pursued them. Those people clearly knew that they were Han Shua's women, but they didn't mind at all. They used Han Shua's death as an excuse to pester the 3 women with all kinds of power. All of this was because of the 3 women's current strength and status, as well as their unusually friendly relationship with Lancelot Empire's King Lawrence. "Sigh, it's a problem with my girlfriend's work. I can't help it, but I have to take care of it. There's no helping it. In life there are always some things that don't go your way. Also, since I've talked it over with my brothers, I should inform them in advance that the Chijian Authors Gathering will be held on the 11th to the 14th of this month. The location is in Gillen. I'll probably be quite busy these few days and will probably only be able to update at night. Little and I might not be able to release 2 chapters a day as usual again. I'm very ashamed, so I'm informing you in advance. However, Little and I will definitely make up for it after she's done with her work. This has always been my attitude. I'll remember the chapters that I owe and will slowly make up for it in the second half of the month. Including today, I already owe 2 chapters this month. I'll remember every chapter that I owe in the future and make up for it afterwards. I'll apologize again. I don't have the face to ask for monthly votes for the time being. Please forgive me, Little and I rarely asks for leave so frequently. It's indeed because things happen to gather together. I'm very helpless and embarrassed. Everyone, please forgive me. Chapter 589. Lancelot Empire within the Bust Merchant Guild. Elegant pavilions were situated in the area of the rockery overgrown with vines. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and the fragrance of flowers and plants filled the air. It was a beautiful and lush scenery. On the swing, Phoebe was dressed in a plain white robe. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. 5 years had passed, but time had not left any traces on her face. On the contrary, she seemed to have become more and more beautiful, more and more tasteful. Every time she finished her tedious work, she would habitually stare blankly at the crevice of the rockery. Her thoughts would unconsciously wander back to a few years ago. In that narrow crevice of the rockery, there had once been 2 people leaning against each other. They could smell each other's scent and feel each other's heartbeats. Many years had passed, but the memory was still as clear as day, as if it had happened yesterday. "Miss, are you thinking of him again?" The sound of footsteps rapidly approached. Fabian looked at the dazed Phoebe and sighed in his heart. He called out softly, "Oh, you're here." Waking up from her thoughts, Phoebe smiled apologetically at Fabian. She waved her hand and pointed at the chair beside her, saying, "Sit first." Fabian did not stand on ceremony and sat down at Phoebe's gesture. Looking at the tired Phoebe, Fabian was a little worried. He hesitated for a moment and carefully said, "That first prince of the Angela Empire has come again." Phoebe, who was still gazing at the fake mountain in front of her in a daze, was somewhat irritated when she heard this. Her brows furrowed as she said impatiently, This person is too annoying. How many times have I told him? Why does he still come? Fabian smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, you know best why he came back. After hesitating for a moment, Fabian had no choice but to explain. Before coming here, Prince Hagrid had just left the palace. He even went to pay a visit to Lord Quirrell. Phoebe's face turned cold. She lightly snorted and said, "No one can change my decision, including those two." Fabian's smile became even more bitter, but there was a bit of admiration in his heart. He looked deeply at Phoebe and said, "But Lord Brian hasn't appeared for 5 years. There are rumors outside." Fabian didn't continue speaking until here. "Are you saying that Brian is dead?" Phoebe sneered and said disdainfully, "How could Brian be dead? He's just cultivating. Don't listen to those people's nonsense." But it was the Church of Light who released the news, and the Pope of Light himself has confirmed it. Although unwilling, Fabian still spoke the truth. So what? The Holy Father of Light wouldn't lie? Phoebe, who had successfully cultivated to the realm of Sword Saint, had improved a lot over the years. However, whenever someone brought up this topic with her, she would always become a little abnormal. The sound of messy footsteps came from outside. Not long after, a group of people arrived. The person in the lead was around 30 years old. His appearance was extraordinary, and he was mature and steady. There was an oppressive air of nobility about him, and it was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. Behind him were 2 grand magi, a great swordmaster, 3 archmages, and 2 earth knights. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes and looked at this man with complicated expressions. However, when Phoebe saw this person, her eyes revealed obvious annoyance. She said coldly, "Prince Hagrid, why have you come again? We're about to return to our country. I've specially come this time to discuss some of the details of the business between our 2 countries. I really can't be at ease if these things aren't handled well." Hagrid looked at Phoebe and didn't conceal the burning passion in his eyes. "Let's talk when we meet His Majesty tomorrow." "I don't really like people disturbing my peace." How could Phoebe not know what he was thinking? She said impatiently. Phoebe jumped off the swing and a sharp sword aura was naturally released. The people behind Hagrid could clearly feel the aura from Phoebe's body. They unnaturally spread out and protected their master in the center. Hagrid stared at Phoebe's back with a face full of infatuation. He only coughed lightly when Phoebe was about to disappear from his sight and said hastily, "I've already discussed some of the details with His Majesty. We only need Miss Phoebe to confirm them." After speaking, Hagrid didn't care whether Phoebe was listening or not, hurriedly blurting out a few questions in rapid succession. Phoebe, who was about to leave, couldn't help but be startled when she heard Hagrid's urgent words. She froze on the spot and looked Hagrid up and down oddly. She said, "Have you gone mad?" Not only Phoebe, but even Fabian and the guards by Hagrid's side were a bit incredulous. "Your Highness, are you sure you're not mistaken? That port only charges 10% of the Buzz Merchant Guild's tariff. How can it be so low?" "Your Highness, if we're so lenient with the Buzz Merchant Guild, the other merchant guilds will definitely not agree. We won't be able to explain ourselves," a swordsman said hastily. Fabian, the old merchant of the Buzz Merchant Guild, couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. He said hastily, "That's great. His Highness Hagrid is truly a good friend." Sighing in her heart, Phoebe looked at Hagrid, whose eyes were burning with passion. She hadn't thought that this person would even use the interests of his own country to curry favor with her. Although Hagrid was the prince of the Angel Empire, if this agreement was carried out, the king of the Angel Empire would still be enraged. Phoebe was a bit touched that he would go to such lengths for her. But even though she was touched, Phoebe still didn't give Hagrid any face. Contrary to Fabian's expectations, she straightforwardly refused. "Forget it. Our Buzz Merchant Guild doesn't want to take advantage of you. We'll calculate it according to your tariff with the other merchant guilds." "Miss." Fabian was shocked and hurriedly tried to persuade Phoebe to change her mind. "There's no need to say more. Our Buzz Merchant Guild will do everything according to the rules." Before Fabian could finish his persuasion, Phoebe looked at Hagrid tiredly. She sighed and said, "Your Highness, it's better if you don't waste time. I definitely won't do as you wish. There have been many battles recently. I hope you'll return to the city safely. Take care. Hagrid's face became dejected when he heard this. He smiled bitterly and said, Why? Why are you treating me like this? That person has been dead for 5 years, and the incident has also happened for 5 years. Why can't you forget him? What's so good about him? Can a mere city lord compare to me? The Angel Empire will be mine in the future. I can give you everything he can and more. Why? This has nothing to do with benefits. Phoebe looked at Hagrid with some pity. She paused and said coldly, You won't understand. I understand. Why don't I understand? Hagrid lost his composure. He stared at Phoebe and started yelling. His voice gradually became louder. Even if you love him, he's already dead. It's been 5 years. You should have walked out of his influence, right? Even if you haven't, I can wait for you. 1 year, 10 years. I'm willing to wait for you. I'll wait for you to acknowledge me. I'm sorry. If you really want to wait, then wait until you die. Phoebe knew that this person couldn't be saved. Although she was a little touched, she still firmly expressed her stance. I'm not satisfied. I'm not satisfied. Are you going to be lonely for the rest of your life because of a dead person? After pursuing him for so long, Hagrid was about to return to the Angel Empire. But all he got from Phoebe was deep despair. This made it hard for him to suppress the resentment in his heart. He lost his composure. This has nothing to do with you. Phoebe's face gradually turned cold. She was a little impatient. She waved her hand and said to Fabian beside her, Send His Highness back. Fabian bowed and pointed in the direction of the door in accordance with etiquette. He said coldly, Your Highness, Sir Mages and Sir Swordsman, please leave. In the depths of his heart, Fabian also didn't want his miss to do anything unfavorable to that person, even if that person seemed to be dead. Looking at Phoebe angrily, Hagrid finally sighed helplessly. He looked at Phoebe's frosty back and said in a low voice, I'll still wait for you. I'll wait until you forget that person. With that, Hagrid waved his hand weakly and prepared to leave with his subordinates. At this moment there were hurried footsteps. After a while, the thief Chester's black robe fell into everyone's eyes. After Chester came over, he first bowed to Phoebe, then said respectfully, Miss Phoebe, Lady Emily has a letter for you. Give it to me. Phoebe reached out and asked for it. She muttered softly, Emily is too much. She hasn't come to see me for almost half a month. I don't know what she's been busy with. What a heartless fellow. Tearing the envelope, Phoebe took a glance. Her delicate body immediately trembled and her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. 60% surprise, 30% eagerness, and a little shyness appeared on her face. At this moment, Phoebe radiated with beauty, giving off a gorgeous sense of beauty. Hagrid was dumbfounded. His heart was filled with questions. After pestering Phoebe for so long, Hagrid had never seen such an expression on her face. His heart was filled with astonishment for a moment. He didn't understand what was wrong with Phoebe. Fabian was very close to Phoebe. He turned his head curiously to take a look and discovered that there were only 4 beautiful words on the letter in Phoebe's hand. He's back. Chapter 590. Fabian was a bit puzzled at first but was shocked after a while. He seemed to remember something, and his face was full of pleasant surprise. Where's Emily? Phoebe's voice trembled as she stared at Chester and asked anxiously. Anyone could see the excitement in her heart. The Lord has just returned from outside. He should be handing over some matters at headquarters right now. Chester answered respectfully. Hagrid, this is how it is. Please return. I have some matters to attend to and will be taking my leave first. Phoebe nodded and quickly said this to Hagrid. She didn't look at Hagrid and the others again after speaking and hurriedly left, as if unwilling to stay even a moment longer. She called out as soon as she walked out, Men, prepare the horse. The hurried Phoebe left immediately after receiving the letter from Emily, leaving the group of people looking at each other in dismay. Hagrid's expression was desolate, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. He stared blankly at Phoebe's receding figure, not knowing what to do. Farewell. Chester, who had delivered the letter, smiled faintly at Fabian, bowed to Hagrid, and silently retreated. Fabian was still drowning in uncontrollable surprise after Phoebe and Chester had left. The smile on his lips was so obvious, and the look in his eyes was so excited. "Mr. Fabian, what's going on?" It was obvious that Hagrid had also seen some clues from Fabian's face. He had too many questions in his heart and couldn't help but ask. Taking in a deep breath and calming his excited emotions, Fabian looked at Hagrid with some pity and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, the Lord Brian that our young miss has been waiting for should have returned." "Impossible, didn't that fellow die a long time ago?" Hagrid's expression changed and he said with some despair, "The message sent by the Pope of the Church of Light can't be wrong." Fabian smiled and said with some pride, "Lord Brian is blessed with a long life. The Church of Light's despicable methods must not have succeeded." Hagrid's face was ashen. He knew that he no longer had any hope in pursuing Phoebe. Before he appeared, Phoebe had already rejected him so firmly. Now what hope did he have? At the Dark Mantle headquarters, Han Shua found Candide, one of the three heavyweights, amidst the admiring and amazed gazes of the crowd. Han Shua's sudden appearance shocked everyone who knew of this news. Along the way, every member of the Dark Mantle who knew Han Shua's identity expressed surprise and respect with their eyes. They spread this shocking news to each other. "The legend of the Dark Mantle is back. The pride of the Empire is back. The powerful guardian has returned." In just an instant, all the members who received this news were filled with anticipation and felt sincerely proud of themselves. 5 years ago, Han Shua was the most eye-catching expert of the Lancelot Empire. He defeated 2 sacred rank experts in a row, helped His Majesty ascend to the throne, pacified the chaos in Brettel City, and dealt with the threat of Statholm, the old monster of the 7 Grand Duchies. Because of Han Shua's appearance, the widely spread but gradually forgotten legend seemed to have become clear once again. At this moment, all the members who knew of Han Shua's return felt that his appearance would bring new changes to the empire that had been declining in recent years. Candide's gloomy face was filled with disbelief and astonishment. 5 years later, Candide, who was already a dark sacred magus, looked at Han Shua with his mouth wide open. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "I thought you were already dead." With a carefree laugh, Han Shua bluntly pulled over a chair and sat down. He grinned at Candide, who was trying to conceal his excitement, and said confidently, "Do you think I'll die so easily?" Candide, who had always given others a gloomy feeling, revealed a rare gratified smile. He awkwardly smiled and said, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. I have a general understanding of the Empire's current situation. However, I still need to ask you about some secretive matters in order to get the answers I want." Han Shua smiled at Candide and said naturally, "Apart from some matters on the surface, are there any other special matters in the Empire? You should know about the situation on the continent." Candide had long since lost the courage to treat Han Shua as a subordinate. He looked at Han Shua and slowly said, "The Empire can still be considered stable, but the people are somewhat fearful. On one hand, it's because of the crisis at the southern border, and on the other hand, it's because of the pressure from Kasi Empire. During the 5 years you disappeared, the Empire and the Druidic Order reached an agreement to cooperate. The Druidic Order has played a rather important role in some battles these years. Also, those 3 women of yours are all dazzling figures in Lancelot Empire. Suitors can be found everywhere. I don't know what magic you used, but even though the Church of Light has confirmed that you, a heretic, have been eliminated, those 3 women actually didn't believe it. They have been bitterly waiting for your return all this time. I really can't help but admire them." Candide looked at Han Shua like an elder as he narrated some of the things that had happened in the past 5 years. Han Shua felt somewhat guilty towards Emily and the other 2 women. But after hearing Candide's words, he felt somewhat touched. 5 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a long time either. Especially after the news of his death was announced by the Church of Light, the 3 women had waited for him till the end. This tenacity of their affection had indeed exceeded Han Shua's expectations. "Congratulations on becoming a sacred magus," sighed Han Shua in his heart. He looked at Candide smilingly and said sincerely, "Isn't it all because of you? If it wasn't for the letter you gave me, How could I have comprehended the true essence of the elemental energy of darkness so quickly and entered this new realm in just a few years? Candide smiled at Han Shuo, calmly admitting that all of this was because of Han Shuo's help. It's also the result of your own hard work. Han Shuo didn't claim credit for himself. He grinned and said, however, becoming a sacred magus of darkness is only at the threshold of power. There's still a long way to go. Candide's smile disappeared. He sized up Han Shuo and said solemnly, "Why don't you have the aura of a necromancer? Instead you have a very strong aura of slaughter. What happened back then?" "It's nothing. The Church of Light shamelessly schemed against me. They thought I was long dead. It's just that I'm blessed with a great life. Not only did I not die, but I also had other fortuitous encounters." Han Shuo laughed heartily, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. "What realm are you at now?" Candide asked solemnly after staring at Han Shuo for a while. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said in a relaxed manner, "When I'm free, I'll wipe out the Church of Light. Then you will know what realm I'm at." These words were incomparably arrogant, but coming from Han Shuo's mouth, that kind of confidence made Candide flabbergasted. After staring blankly for a long while, Candide finally forced a smile and shook his head. He advised, "If you dare to say so, I know that your strength must have skyrocketed. It's just that the Church of Light is the #1 religious organization on Profound Continent. No matter how strong you are, it's impossible for you to do it alone. Let's do it step by step in the future." Han Shuo smiled and did not reply. His face was filled with indifference, as though destroying the #1 religious organization on Profound Continent was just a trivial matter. The two chatted for a while more before Han Shuo smilingly said, "Emily has returned. You two continue chatting." Candide thought for a moment when he saw Han Shuo stand up and said, "After you finish talking with Emily, it's best that you meet His Majesty. I believe he will be very pleased." "Got it," Han Shuo said in a carefree smile. He stood up and was about to leave. "Hold on." Before Han Shuo left, Candide suddenly spoke. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, Candide hesitated for a moment and said in a somewhat awkward manner, "Although you have been away for 5 years, Brettel City has become more and more powerful. The 7 Grand Duchies can be considered as Brettel City's territory. Jack, Dorcas, and the others are all your subordinates and only listen to your orders. It seems that Brettel City has become another country. His Majesty is His Majesty after all. The Empire hasn't been doing too well these past few years. He has always taken the attitude of letting your subordinates manage Brettel City." Han Shuo waved his hand to stop Candide from continuing. Looking deeply at Candide, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, "Say no more, I know what I'm doing." Candide was relieved. He nodded and said, "That's good. His Majesty the King wouldn't be too relieved when you weren't around. But now that you are back, he shouldn't be worried anymore." These past few years, His Majesty has been believing in Astrologer Grace's words more and more. He said frankly that without you, the Empire really isn't doing too well. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he really felt some admiration for that dead Astrologer Grace. That woman's prophecy before her death was surprisingly accurate. By now, Han Shuo had long understood that the astrology that Astrologer Grace practiced was actually the most mysterious of the 4 edictal forces, the Edict of Destiny. However, it was obvious that Grace hadn't delved too deeply into it. She could only predict some destinies, and didn't even know how to use the most basic Edict of Destiny. The 4 edictal forces of destruction, life, space-time, and destiny. The number of people who practiced the edictal forces of destruction and life was already somewhat scarce. As for the edictal forces of space-time and destiny, the number of people who practiced them was even rarer. The reason for this was that these 2 edictal forces were really too mysterious. Without guidance, one might not even be able to find the way to practice them. "Alright, Emily has arrived. I'm leaving." Thinking in his heart, Han Shuo left in a carefree manner and walked towards Emily's room. Chapter 591. You still know to come back? Emily threw herself into Han Shua's arms and used all her strength to hug Han Shua tightly as she said emotionally. After being nourished by the rebirth pill and Han Shua, Emily's skin was fair and tender, as if she had become younger and younger. Emily, who was already a sacred magus of the dark element, naturally had a mysterious and charming temperament. Her fiery eyes gazed at Han Shua, releasing a soul-stirring beauty. Han Shua gently patted Emily's shoulder and was also deeply moved. His face was full of pity as he gently comforted Emily, who couldn't help herself. "Where have you been these years? The Church of Light said you were dead. We were worried for a long time and didn't know whether you were dead or alive." In front of outsiders, Emily, Phoebe, and the other two girls had always scoffed at the Church of Light's statement. However, they had always been worried in their hearts. Today, facing Han Shua, they finally couldn't pretend to be strong and showed their weak side. "Don't cry, don't cry." Han Shua hugged Emily and gently comforted Emily, who was showing her true weakness. His heart was full of guilt. Just as Han Shua was comforting Emily in a soft voice, hurried footsteps could be heard. The newcomer didn't seem to want to delay even a moment. Their footsteps were incomparably disorderly. Two pretty faces with teardrops on their cheeks fell into Han Shua's eyes almost at the same time. Phoebe and Fanny walked over while holding hands. When their eyes saw Han Shua standing there proudly, their eyes couldn't move away from Han Shua. The moment their eyes met, the two girls flew towards Han Shua and threw themselves into Han Shua's arms. Fanny tightly hugged one of Han Shua's arms and sobbed softly. Phoebe punched Han Shua's chest, seemingly using this method to relieve the excitement of suddenly seeing Han Shua. Just like Emily, Phoebe and Fanny had become more and more beautiful. Due to their great increase in strength, their bodies naturally had an awe-inspiring temperament that people didn't dare to look at directly. The three girls who were the center of attention in Lancelot Empire couldn't control themselves at this moment. They cried in front of Han Shua, expressing the agitation in their hearts in their unique way. Han Shua felt somewhat sour in his heart. Looking at the three girls who were now his own, bits and pieces of the past clearly surfaced in his mind, making him indescribably emotional. All right, aren't I back?" Han Shua's two hands moved at the same time, frantically wiping away the tears on the three girls' faces. With a sad smile he said, "If those talented youths of Lancelot Empire knew that the three of you, who were as awe-inspiring and inviolable as goddesses, had such a weak appearance, I wonder what they would think." After fiercely punching Han Shua, Phoebe resentfully glared at Han Shua and angrily said, "What have you been doing for the past 5 years? How come there wasn't even the slightest bit of news? Do you know how worried we were about you?" Nodding his head with a bitter smile, Han Shua reached out his hand and straightened the messy hair on Phoebe's forehead. He helplessly said, "I also had no choice. I don't know how many planes of existence we are separated by. Even if I wanted to send you a message, I wouldn't be able to." When these words were spoken, the shock of the three girls surpassed their sadness. Their bright eyes abruptly shot out a bright radiance as they cried out in surprise, "What? 5 years ago, because I was schemed against, I fell to another plane of existence. In the other plane of existence I experienced some things. After going through untold hardships, I finally found a way to return." Looking at the three girls, Han Shua slowly explained, "What happened?" Even the experienced and knowledgeable Emily was shocked to the extreme by Han Shua's words. Her black eyebrows slightly trembled as she anxiously asked, "It's a long story." Looking at the three women who'd had intimate relations with him, Han Shua slowly narrated the course of events to the three women in simple terms. Although Han Shua wasn't a brilliant speaker because his experiences were too thrilling and exciting, in addition to the fact that the three girls cared about him very much, when he said these words the three girls were pleasantly surprised. Rich expressions constantly emerged on their faces. The Church of Light is really too shameless and despicable. Phoebe was enraged. She clenched her teeth and fiercely said, "We want revenge. Don't worry, they won't be jumping around for much longer." When Han Shua recalled the past, he found it hard to suppress the indignation in his heart. In a cold voice he said, "Not only the Church of Light, but the Primordius Dragon will also have to pay the price for what he has done." "Brian, you said that you have become a god?" Emily, on the other hand, was stunned by Han Shua's last words. She looked at Han Shua with trembling eyes. Han Shuo put on a carefree smile and proudly said, "That's right. Although Profound Continent is vast, I believe that there aren't many people who can stop me." Han Shuo was being modest. Given his current strength, he could do whatever he wanted on Profound Continent. The Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice were nothing in his eyes. Based on his understanding of Profound Continent, the primordious dragon he once met in the depths of the Dark Forest should be the most powerful being on Profound Continent. However, even the primordious dragon was merely a low god cultivating in the elemental energy of Earth. Han Shuo with his 3 souls and 2 low god avatars could easily defeat him. Although Profound Continent was vast, it would be hard to find an expert who could contend with him head-on. Become a god? What kind of realm is this? Phoebe had also awoken from her rage and looked at Han Shuo in disbelief as she murmured, This is too unbelievable." Fanny, who was tightly hugging Han Shuo's arm, had intense amazement in her beautiful eyes. She simply didn't know what to say when she looked at Han Shuo. The reactions of the 3 ladies were within Han Shuo's expectations. With one thought, he unfolded the domain of divinity. In an instant, the surrounding space was distorted by the Edict of Destruction. All elemental energies vanished without a trace. What's going on? What's going on? Oh my god, my energy, I don't have any energy left. Before the 3 ladies could react, panicked shouts were heard from outside. The faces of those Dark Mantle members were filled with fear. They couldn't help but shout and yell. It was a very lively scene. For any successful cultivator, once the power they relied on for survival disappeared without a trace, that kind of fear was very difficult to adapt to. Even the demons of the Abyss realm who were used to it would tremble in fear whenever they were in the domain of divinity of the 4 demon kings, let alone these people who were experiencing such a situation for the first time. This is a characteristic of the domain of divinity. Those who have yet to reach the divine realm, no matter what realm they were at, will face death when facing a god. Han Shuo explained with a smile when he saw that the 3 ladies were equally uneasy. This is too terrifying. The faces of the 3 ladies were aghast. Within the domain of divinity, they, who were high and mighty in the Lancelot Empire, suddenly felt as though they were helpless lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They felt a sense of powerlessness and frustration. With a faint smile, Han Shuo withdrew the domain of divinity, and the space elemental energy returned to normal. In an instant, the 3 ladies felt the return of their energy and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Their restless minds calmed down. The clamoring Dark Mantle members outside were even more astonished. They were still discussing spiritedly. Some said that what happened just now was just an illusion. However, most of them understood that it wasn't an illusion. They were all talking at once but couldn't find an answer. The 3 ladies looked at Han Shuo with eyes full of worship. Even the 3 of them were awed by this fact. With a faint smile, Han Shuo took out a green crystal from his space ring. He held Fanny's hand and handed it over. In a deep voice he said, "This crystal contains a very strong element of death. I will teach you a method. Take some time to absorb the element of death in the crystal into your body. This will greatly increase your strength and allow you to cultivate a body of element." This was an elemental crystal of death that Han Shuo had obtained from the body of a base god in the netherworld. That person's soul had been forcibly occupied by Han Shuo and cultivated into an avatar of death. It turned out that the essence of the base god's crystal had condensed together to form this elemental crystal of death. Back then, Han Shuo had given Phoebe the divine weapon Starry Sky, and Emily the origin crystal to cultivate the element of darkness. After 5 years, both Emily and Phoebe had become sacred rank experts. Among them, Emily had repeatedly obtained treasures from Han Shuo. Her speed of improvement was even more astounding. Based on Han Shuo's observation, she was about to break through to the demigod realm. Only Fanny, because she cultivated in the element of death, didn't receive any treasures from Han Shuo because Han Shuo had given all the good stuff to the little skull to absorb. Therefore, she was only a necromancy grand magus. For me, Fanny was overjoyed. Her hands trembled as she held the green crystal. She could feel the powerful element of death contained within it. She was so happy that she didn't know what to say. Every practitioner wanted to improve. All these years, Fanny had always felt inferior. She couldn't catch up to Phoebe and Emily no matter how hard she tried. This made her feel helpless and frustrated. She was also a woman. She was also Han Shua's woman. She didn't want to be inferior to others. However, her aptitude was limited and she didn't have a good master to guide her. Because she cultivated in the element of death and didn't obtain many benefits from Han Shua, her improvement was not obvious. Of course it's for you, Han Shua affirmed. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed on Fanny's back. He opened his mouth and whispered into Fanny's ear, "Listen with your heart and feel with your heart. This is a method of cultivating the body in the abyss realm. Try to master it. Once you absorb the element of death in that crystal, you can form a body of element." Chapter 592. When a person suddenly obtained something he had been looking forward to for a long time, it was very difficult for him to calm down. Fanny was no exception. On one hand, it was Han Shua's return, and on the other hand, it was the joy of the great advancement in her strength. This made it impossible for Fanny to calm down. After trying for a while, Han Shua discovered that Fanny's soul was in a state of excitement all along. No matter how hard he tried, she couldn't sense what he was doing. He had no choice but to give up. Seeing that Fanny was rather anxious, Han Shua said in a gentle voice, forget it. There's no rush." "All right, forget it for today. That scoundrel is back anyway. We'll have plenty of time in the future." Phoebe smiled and consoled Fanny. With a thought, Han Shua tried to observe Phoebe and Emily. He discovered that the two women were sincerely happy for Fanny. There wasn't the slightest trace of jealousy or dissatisfaction that Han Shua had imagined. Back when he left Profound Continent, Han Shua discovered that there was still some estrangement between the three ladies. He had even thought of a way to appease the other two ladies. He didn't expect that the three ladies would actually get along so well. This was somewhat out of Han Shua's expectation. Emily's eyes roamed around Han Shua's face. As though she understood what Han Shua was thinking, she giggled and said, "Do you think that we would be jealous?" "Somewhat. I didn't expect that the two of you have become so close." Han Shua didn't try to conceal it and put on a puzzled expression. "You've been gone for 5 years. During such a long time, the three of us could only sense your existence through our mutual acquaintance when we were together. During these 5 years, the three of us would meet each other almost every few days. None of us are the kind of narrow-minded women. We've come to terms with everything. Some of the original barriers have already disappeared without a trace." Emily giggled as she explained to Han Shua. Phoebe also rolled her eyes at Han Shua, as if she wanted to prove the closeness between her and Fanny. She grabbed Fanny's jade arm and glared at Han Shua. "Our relationship is even closer than with you now." Han Shua was stunned. He exclaimed in surprise, "More intimate than me? You won't do that kind of thing while I'm not here, will you?" The three women blushed at the same time and said in unison, "Of course not. Bastard, what are you thinking?" Phoebe fiercely pinched Han Shua. She blushed and said angrily, "We won't be as lascivious as you. On the other hand, that new dark elf of yours had the intention, but we firmly rejected her." "Adele?" Han Shua was startled and said angrily, "You didn't let her have her way, did you?" "Who's Adele?" Phoebe asked doubtfully. "She's the dark elf you mentioned. Her original name is Adele." Han Shua quickly explained and hurriedly asked, "That woman isn't anything good. Damn it, you're my women. Although she's also a woman, but my women can't be touched by other women." Emily frowned and said solemnly, "No. Her origins are unknown. Although she considers herself to be your woman, we've always been on guard against her." After a pause, Emily slowly said, "This woman is too scheming, even to her own people. We don't like her, so we're just feigning civility with her." "You're quite accurate." Han Shua breathed a sigh of relief and explained, "This woman has her own goals in coming to Brettel City. Humph, running amok in my territory. I'll kill her as soon as I return." "You killed her? How could you bear to kill such a beautiful woman?" Phoebe looked at Han Shua strangely and asked doubtfully, "You didn't rape her first and then kill her, did you?" Han Shua was speechless. Han Shua angrily looked at Phoebe. He discovered that Phoebe was becoming smarter and smarter. She'd actually seen through his actions in an instant. In order to cover it up, Han Shuo pretended to be distressed and said, Phoebe, Phoebe, why are your thoughts so dirty? Why didn't you say I killed her first and then raped her? She's been painstakingly plotting to kill me. I naturally can't give her any chance. Brian, what's going on? When Fanny heard that Adele had been scheming to kill her man, she didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for her. Instead, she became somewhat resentful. Han Shuo naturally wouldn't tell her about how he'd raped and killed Adele all those years ago. He casually labeled Adele as a sinister and ruthless snake or scorpion, dodging the matter. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll make a trip to the palace first and talk to Lawrence about this matter. I'll look for you when I come out. Business was more important. Even if it wasn't for Lancelot Empire, Han Shuo still wanted to help Lawrence for the sake of those he cared about. Up until now, Han Shuo increasingly felt that Grace's prophecy was incomparably accurate. It was precisely because of his appearance that Lawrence was able to ascend to the throne and conquer the 7 Grand Duchies. And because of his departure, Lancelot Empire had fallen into a predicament. Now that he'd returned, Lancelot Empire was about to usher in its new glory. All sorts of signs indicated that as long as he was in Lancelot Empire would prosper. It was exactly the same as what Grace had said back then. The Edict of Fate was indeed a miraculous power. Han Shuo sighed with emotion in his heart. It wasn't easy for you to come back. We sisters have been waiting for you for a long time. Can't you spend more time with us? Emily complained. When she said this, Fanny and Phoebe also had resentful looks in their eyes. We'll have plenty of time in the future, Han Shuo explained smilingly. Soon after, his heart jolted as he understood something from Emily's resentment. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I've just said that this isn't my original body. That matter isn't very convenient. With Han Shuo's reminder, the 3 ladies suddenly came to their senses. They also heard the implied meaning in Han Shuo's words, and knew that he had guessed their inner shyness. The 3 ladies looked at each other and blushed at the same time. They laughed and scolded, Go. Don't worry. When my original body returns, I'll definitely feed you all. Then we'll have a taste of sleeping together. Han Shuo laughed proudly. His body flashed and he disappeared from the 3 ladies' eyes. That scoundrel, he's not serious at all, Phoebe said angrily with a flushed face. After a while, when she saw that the 2 ladies weren't saying anything, she couldn't help but look at Fanny and Emily in puzzlement. She saw that the 2 ladies were blushing and their eyes were overflowing with amorous feelings. Their bodies were delicate and weak, as though they were thinking of something wonderful. You 2 little hussies, look at yourselves in the mirror. If those admirers saw you, they would definitely have a heart attack. With just a glance, Phoebe knew what the 2 ladies were thinking and scolded them with a smile. Aren't you the same? Look at yourself in the mirror before talking about us. How are you any better than us? Fanny chuckled and scolded back. The room was brimming with joyful and happy giggles. 5 years of bitterness vanished at this moment and the room was filled with contented joy. Lord Brian, you're really a role model for our generation. You've actually subdued the 3 goddesses of the Empire. Nonsense, Lord Brian is the legend of our dark mantle, the pride of the Empire. Only a person like him has the means to make the 3 goddesses of the Empire bow their heads and willingly wait for him for 5 years. He's really a god. Those members of the Dark Mantle who heard the silver bell-like laughter sighed in admiration. Lancelot Empire's imperial palace. Han Shuo easily passed through layers upon layers of defenses and arrived unimpeded at the palace where Lawrence handled official business, without making a single sound. Compared to before, Lawrence was much calmer. Although he looked exhausted, he was still concentrating on examining and approving documents. Judging from his focused appearance, it seemed as though he could continue for a year or 2 if no one disturbed him. Through Jack, Dorcas, and the others, as well as the enormous dark mantle apparatus, Han Shuo knew that Lawrence was indeed a wise ruler. In the past few years, Lawrence had used all his wisdom on the internal construction of the Empire. The Empire had achieved remarkable results. None of the citizens of the Empire dared to deny Lawrence's contributions to the Lancelot Empire. Even though the Lancelot Empire was currently facing the frenzied suppression of the Empire of Orcs and Kasi Empire, Its defense was still impregnable under Lawrence's leadership. Because of this, although the citizens of Lancelot were somewhat fearful, they still had great faith in the power of the empire. There had not been a single civil strife, and the cohesiveness of the empire was astonishingly strong. For this to be the case, Lawrence deserved great credit. After silently observing for a while in the dark, Han Shuo could even clearly see a few tufts of white hair at the back of Lawrence's head. He sighed inwardly. Han Shuo knew that Lawrence must have been exhausted by the state's affairs all these years. Lawrence didn't disappoint him. After standing in silence for a long while, Han Shuo softly coughed. "Who is it?" Lawrence asked in a deep voice without raising his head. "Long time no see," Han Shuo replied, walking out from behind with a smile. Lawrence frowned when he heard the voice. He seemed to be a little puzzled by this familiar yet unfamiliar voice. Lawrence frowned and pondered for a while. Then, an irrepressible surprise suddenly burst out from his eyes. He abruptly raised his head and turned around, exclaiming with extreme joy, "Brian, is that you?" "It's me, I'm back," Han Shuo said with a smile. He paused for a moment, then said with a solemn expression, "I'm back to help you conquer the world." Chapter 593. I'm back to help you conquer the world in one fell swoop. With just one sentence, the king of Lancelot Empire, who had been frowning in anxiety for the past few years, was suddenly freed from his deep worries. Lawrence looked at Han Shuo, who hadn't changed much. He didn't know why, but he felt an indescribable sense of trust. It was as though as long as Han Shuo was in Lancelot Empire, he and the country had nothing to worry about. Even Lawrence couldn't understand what was going on with this feeling. Perhaps it was because Han Shuo's actions in the past few years had confirmed astrologer Grace's judgment. Or perhaps it was because Han Shuo had brought him all sorts of surprises before he had even become king. Facing the invasion of two powerful enemies, the Empire of Orcs and Kasi Empire, Lawrence, as the ruler of a nation, had racked his brains to think of ways to reverse this unfavorable situation. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't find a suitable way to deal with these two great troubles. It was at this moment that Han Shuo returned. Pleasant surprise instantly filled Lawrence's face. Lawrence, who had always presented himself as a mature and steady person for the past few years, was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. "You're back. That's great, that's great. That damned light pope is indeed a despicable villain. Brian, I didn't let you down. I didn't let the Empire down. Apart from external threats, the Empire no longer has any internal worries." Smiling and nodding, Han Shuo's state of mind had become increasingly stable as his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. With his current realm, he could naturally tell that Lawrence's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. "There's no need for superfluous words. Before I came to see you, I had already clearly understood your efforts over the years. This time, I have come to help you resolve your current troubles," Han Shuo said in a deep voice. "Good, good, good." Lawrence said good 3 times in a row. He laughed heartily and said, "It's been 5 years since we last met, and you've become even more domineering than before. That's great. With you in Lancelot Empire, I can finally be at ease." With a wave of his hand, a chair from afar steadily flew and landed behind Han Shuo. Han Shuo sat down calmly and looked straight at the agitated Lawrence. He laid back comfortably and lazily said, "The current situation on the continent may seem chaotic and complicated, but in fact, it's nothing more than the struggle between the few major religions. The Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice are the most powerful. Therefore, the Odin Empire and Kasi Empire, which are supported by them, also have the upper hand." Not bad. When facing Han Shuo, Lawrence not only didn't have the arrogance that an emperor should have, but he also deliberately lowered his stance and said angrily, "I didn't believe that a religious organization could be behind a huge state, but now I believe it. The effect of an existence that stands above all other experts to a religion or a nation is simply too immeasurable." After hearing Lawrence's words, Han Shuo put on a faint smile. He understood that Lawrence must have learned something in the past few years. It seemed that the 2 demigod existences of the Church of Light and the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race should have made him deeply understand the importance of the threat an expert could pose to a nation. Be at ease. From today onwards, those experts will no longer pose any threat to us. And our Lancelot Empire, just like how we conquered the 7 Grand Duchies back then, will conquer the entire profound continent in one fell swoop. Han Shua's words were resolute and decisive. Absolutely savage. However, not only did Lawrence not feel that Han Shua was being presumptuous, he instead felt an indescribable sense of peace and excitement that he was forcibly suppressing. Han Shua extended a finger and arrogantly said, 1 month. In 1 month, I will help you sweep away all the experts of hostile religions. Even Lawrence, who was extremely confident in Han Shua, was somewhat stunned. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Han Shua's might, but that 1 month's time was just too short. And he deeply understood how terrifying the strength behind the enemy was. In just 1 month's time, Han Shua had declared that he would sweep away all the religious experts on Profound Continent who were enemies of Lancelot Empire. This was just too savage, too arrogant. Lawrence looked at Han Shua with some uncertainty and probed, Brian, isn't 1 month a little too short? That alien race behind the Brute Merchant Alliance, that one from the sacred mountain of the Church of Light, that ice, say no more. Han Shua smilingly interrupted Lawrence's description and said domineeringly, you only need to prepare to mobilize the entire nation's military forces and clean up the mess for me. In the future, there will only be one empire on Profound Continent, and that is our Lancelot Empire. Upon finishing those words, Han Shua stood up and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, if you trust me, then get ready. Of course I trust you, but… Lawrence didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, it's been 5 years since we last met. Han Shua's appearance hasn't changed much, but why has his character become so insolent and domineering? Very well. Let's split up. I'll be the main attacker and you'll be the support. That will do. Han Shua immediately made his decision and said with a calm smile, all right then, I'll take my leave. Starting from the Empire of Orcs at the southern border, our Lancelot Empire's war of conquest officially begins. Like an erratic ghostly shadow, Han Shua's figure concealed in the darkness and vanished without a trace. Lawrence stared at Han Shua with his eyes wide open. He felt as though Han Shua had suddenly blended into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. South border city of the Empire of Orcs at the southern border of Lancelot Empire. The shadow of war had shrouded South border city. Since the Empire of Orcs launched their first frenzied attack 2 years ago, South Border City had been embroiled in dozens of big and small battles. Compared to the Empire of Orcs in the past, the Orcs in the past 2 years seemed to have all gone mad. Not only had they gone mad, but they had also become unprecedentedly united and stubborn. In the past 2 years, Forenza, known as the Empire's #1 military commander, had led the Empire's most powerful Howling Legion and firmly defended South Border City, never relaxing for a single day. In the beginning, not only was Forenza able to defend South Border City with ease, but he was also able to launch an attack outside the city and achieve victory in 1 or 2 pursuit battles. However, gradually, more and more Orc troops gathered outside South Border City. Like a dense swarm of locusts, they covered the vast plains outside the city and attacked South Border City in a frenzied manner without fear of death. This was the art of tactical command. Even Forenza didn't dare to go out of the city to face the Empire of Orcs who outnumbered them by too much, especially on the plains. Slowly, the Empire of South Border City that was able to defend the city with ease was whittled down bit by bit under the relentless bombardment of the enemy. At the same time, Kasi Empire to the west of the Empire also launched a ferocious attack on the Empire. The Empire's army that had yet to recover from the invasion of the 7 Grand Duchies was mostly devoted to defending Kasi Empire. They were simply unable to provide any reinforcements for South Border City. Without an advantage, no matter how marvelous Forenza's art of command was, he did not have enough troops at his disposal. In the face of the never-ending onslaught of the Empire of Orcs, the South Border City gradually became powerless. In every battle, the South Border City's army would be whittled down. Fortunately, the people of the southern border were valiant. Forenza had a lofty status in the southern border, and His Majesty Lawrence's reputation had spread far and wide. Many able-bodied men voluntarily gave up their original occupations, and threw themselves into the resistance against the empire of orcs for the sake of the safety of their homeland. It was precisely because of this that South Border City could hold its ground for 2 years without being breached. There would come a day when manpower was depleted. 2 years later, more than half of the South Border City's men in their prime had been depleted. Faced with the orcs' seemingly tireless siege and the deaths that they suffered, many people's willpower had gradually become dispirited. The day before yesterday, the city gate was almost breached. South Border City was shrouded in unprecedented panic. We're done for. No matter how powerful Lord Forenza is, there's nothing he can do without troops at his disposal. Sai, what should we do? His lordship has indeed treated us well. His Majesty the King is also wise. I really don't want to leave this place where I grew up. But I don't want to die either. Let's go to Brettel City. It's said that it's the safest city in the entire Lancelot Empire. After all, it's Lord Brian's city. Although Lord Brian has disappeared for 5 years, his lordship has a group of miraculous experts by his side. There shouldn't be any danger there. Sai, I still don't want to leave my hometown unless it's absolutely necessary. Let's wait and see. If it really doesn't work out, we'll have no choice but to migrate thousands of miles in order to survive. Such conversations had been occurring frequently in recent days, and the frequency was getting higher and higher. Under the threat of death, everyone had to plan for themselves. Brettel City, which had been peaceful for the past few years and had developed rapidly in terms of military strength and financial resources, had unexpectedly become the first choice for everyone to migrate to. Just as the people of South Border City were in a state of panic on this day, the magical transportation matrix within the city, which had not lit up for a long time, suddenly blossomed with brilliant light. Miss has returned. The Chief Imperial Guard cried out in surprise. He was beyond excited to see the radiant Fanny. Where is my father? Fanny did not waste any time. She knitted her brows and asked straightforwardly. His lordship is on top of the city walls, reinforcing the city walls with the civilians. Sigh, he hasn't come down for a day and a night. The Chief Imperial Guard sighed softly, seemingly worried for Forenza. Come, let's go see father. Fanny pulled Han Shua and flew out of the city. Who's that? The Chief Imperial Guard stared blankly for a moment and suddenly asked in puzzlement. I don't know. Hasn't Miss Fanny always rejected the advances of any young and talented men? Why did she suddenly change her character? A knight was equally astonished. Sigh, Lord Brian has disappeared for so many years. It seems that even Miss has forgotten about his lordship's contributions to the empire. Sigh, forget it. We are just lowly soldiers. What's the point of worrying about this? However, Miss doesn't seem to be as loyal as we thought. Sigh, people's hearts are not what they used to be. People's hearts are not what they used to be. The sounds of discussion gradually died down. Chapter 594. The southern border city's city walls were like a woman who had been ravaged for a long time. The sturdy walls were dilapidated and full of scars. On a wall with obvious traces of gunpowder, the genius military commander of the empire, Forenza, was directing the soldiers and civilians with a haggard face. He would even personally move some large rocks to repair the loose wall. Forenza, who was busy among the crowd, was no longer as high-spirited as he was in the past. His hair was disheveled and his armor was covered in a layer of dust, no longer as shiny as before. If it wasn't for Han Shua's excellent memory, it would have been very difficult for ordinary people to recognize him from the crowd. They would have only thought of him as a poor man past his prime. The bitter battle brought more and more unbearable pressure to the people of the southern border. However, as the protector of the southern border, the pressure on Forenza was absolutely greater than everyone else's. Father, how did you become like this? A sorrowful cry came from Fanny's mouth. The fleeting Fanny arrived beside Forenza in the blink of an eye. Sparkling and translucent tears were already rolling down her cheeks, as if they would overflow at any moment. Lass, how did you come to the southern border? Forenza was extremely surprised to see his daughter. He smiled and shouted loudly. He opened his arms and intended to give Fanny a hug. As if he suddenly recalled something, Forenza abruptly stopped his actions. The surprise on his face abruptly faded as he solemnly said, "What are you doing here? Didn't I send you a letter telling you not to come? The situation in the southern border is so dangerous. I don't want you to come here and bear unnecessary danger. You can't hold on much longer yourself. Why do you still care about me?" Fanny angrily cried out. She could no longer control the rolling tears in her eyes. 2 long trails of tears immediately formed on her tender white cheeks. "I know you care about me, but your daughter is just as worried about you, father." A trace of relief and joy flashed across his eyes, but it was well concealed by Forenza. He pointed at Fanny and angrily shouted, "As the commander of the Southern Border Army, even if I die here in battle, it is still my responsibility. But you're different. You're one of the most outstanding Grand Magi in the Empire, as well as the director of the Necromancy Major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. You have great responsibilities and so many students to teach. How can you bear unnecessary danger here? I'm not here in any other capacity. I'm your daughter. I'm worried about you and I'm here to see you. That's all." Fanny had already arrived at Forenza's side. Ignoring Forenza's objections, she reached out her hand to tidy up Forenza's messy hair. Before Forenza lost his temper, she softly said, "Besides, I didn't come here alone." "Who else?" Forenza stared blankly for a moment before following Fanny's gaze. Suddenly, his expression changed as though he had seen a ghost. He abruptly cursed, "Smelly brat, it's actually you. For 5 years there was no news at all. Do you know how hard my daughter has been waiting for you? Little bastard, what did you promise me? Is this how you treat those women who love you?" Just like that, a torrent of curses gushed out from Forenza's mouth. When Forenza saw Han Shuo, his fiery temper could no longer be controlled. His curses showed no signs of stopping. Han Shuo smiled wryly. He admired his father-in-law's temper but felt helpless at the same time. In addition, what Forenza said was the truth. Han Shuo simply could not find any reason to refute and could only let Forenza vent the anger in his heart. A string of curses came out of Forenza's mouth. The explosive power unleashed was indeed astonishing. After a while, when Han Shuo saw that Forenza still showed no signs of stopping, he used his divine energy to isolate the surrounding sound. With a smile on his face, Han Shuo nodded repeatedly, as though he was seriously listening to Forenza's lecture. His attitude was surprisingly good. "Smelly brat, don't think that I'll let you off just because your attitude is good." After a bout of cursing, Forenza no longer had any strength left. He glared fiercely at Han Shuo and finally expressed his unwillingness to let the matter rest. Although Han Shuo, who had been looking at Forenza with a smile on his face, did not hear Forenza's curses, he could sense that Forenza had successfully vented the heavy pressure in his heart by cursing to his heart's content. Although Forenza appeared to be exhausted from cursing, Han Shuo knew that Forenza's mental state had obviously relaxed a lot after such a bout of cursing. "Let's not talk about personal matters for now. The reason I came here this time is to lend you a hand and eliminate the threat of the Empire of Orcs." After Forenza finished venting his anger, Han Shuo first expressed his sincere apologies for Fanny's sake before he calmly said, "That's right. What? Clear up the threat of the Empire of Orcs? Have you disappeared for too long that you can't distinguish the situation?" Forenza, who had just calmed down, jumped up again like an ignited dynamite. He looked at Han Shuo as though he was looking at a lunatic and started shouting. "You heard me right," Han Shuo confidently said. "Since I'm here, it means that there are basically no more obstacles in your mission. Smelly brat, you're really crazy. Do you think you're facing 1 or 2 orcs? Do you think you can repel an army of more than 100,000 orcs by yourself? Do you think you're a god?" Forenza was almost driven mad by Han Shuo. He felt that Han Shuo's words were a little too arrogant. "To an ordinary person, I'm indeed a god," Han Shuo proudly said. Forenza suddenly jumped up and pointed at Han Shuo with a flushed face. Just as he was about to say something, Han Shuo suddenly waved his hand and interrupted him. Han Shuo arrogantly said, "Say no more. You'll see the truth very soon." Han Shuo did not give Forenza the chance to jump up and curse. After finishing his words, Han Shuo swaggered out of the city. Under the baffled gazes of many soldiers and civilians of the south border city, Han Shuo flew step by step towards the dense mass of orc tents in front of him. Who is that? How dare he speak to Lord Firenze like that? A burly civilian asked in astonishment. Lord Brian. He's Lord Brian. I was fortunate enough to meet him once in Austin City. There's no mistaking it. A military officer who had participated in the civil strife in Lancelot Empire a few years ago suddenly cried out in surprise. Everyone was shocked when they heard his words. All the soldiers and civilians on the city wall, who heard the military officer's cry, were like hot water that had been roasted in a fire for a long time suddenly boiling. Clamorous shouts of surprise erupted from every corner of the city wall. Lord Brian has appeared. The undefeated Lord Brian who had challenged the experts of the Empire has appeared. The southern border is in luck. The war at the southern border is about to take a turn for the better. Lord Brian is the Lord of Brettel City. Since he has appeared, the Iron Blood Legion of Brettel City should be arriving soon. That's right, that's right. The Iron Blood Legion is the most powerful legion in the Empire apart from the Howling Legion. Moreover, the Iron Blood Legion hasn't suffered any casualties in the war. Their arrival this time will definitely bring hope to South Border City. We don't have to leave our hometown anymore. That's great, that's great. Heated discussions reverberated around the city wall. Every soldier and civilian who heard of Han Shuo's arrival was brimming with excitement and joy. This hopelessly arrogant brat actually made so many soldiers and civilians feel at ease. Damn it, I wonder what those people will think if they see him being torn apart by the Empire of Orcs. That bastard who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he really think that he can turn the tide by himself and resolve the crisis that we haven't been able to resolve for 2 years? Firenze lowered his voice and growled while looking at his daughter. Perhaps. In this world nothing is absolute. Fanny covered her mouth and laughed. Soon after, she shook Firenze's arm and said coquettishly, Father, Brian has been delayed until now because of the Church of Light. Please don't blame him, okay? Not good. Firenze put on a stern face and furiously glared at Fanny. He scolded in a low voice. Has this little bastard been driven crazy? Why didn't you stop him from taking such an audacious action? You little lass, why are you so insensible? Fanny snorted angrily after being reprimanded by Firenze. Knowing that he wouldn't believe her no matter what she said, she didn't bother to explain. She just looked at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes and waited for Han Shuo to make his move. Lord Brian is actually charging towards the Empire of Orcs. Oh my god, has Lord Brian gone mad? That's an orc army of more than 100,000. What's going on? Why is Lord Brian so irrational? Oh my god, what should we do? When the soldiers and civilians outside the city wall finally discovered the purpose of Han Shuo's action, they started screaming one after another. The noise on the city wall became even louder and more chaotic. Just when everyone was either openly or secretly worried about Han Shuo, a bright light flashed across the horizon. All of a sudden, an enormous bone dragon broke through the sky. On top of the bone dragon was a disdainful Lord of Death. Little Skull held a slender bone spur in his hand and silently issued a summoning call. As a low god who cultivated in the elemental energy of necromancy, Little Skull's control of necromancy energy had improved substantially. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, tens of thousands of undead creatures appeared in the sky amidst rays of light. Under Little Skull's majestic command, the undead creatures lined up neatly and methodically charged towards the Empire of Orcs. Rays of light shot across the sky. The elemental energy of death was extremely dense. Under Little Skull's summon, those undead creatures rushed madly from the netherworld without a care for their lives. In an instant, they had occupied several large areas. Chapter 595. Within a short period of time, innumerable undead creatures had appeared outside the south border city. Little Skull's strength had obviously skyrocketed after he became a god. Unknowingly, he had become extremely adept at manipulating the element of death. This might have been due to some sort of inspiration from the gravestone on his chest. Enormous undead creatures came from the netherworld one after another. Under Little Skull's command, they lined up neatly and charged at the orc army. In an instant, the area outside the south border city had turned into a kingdom of the undead. Under the influence of Little Skull's domain of divinity, the extremely dense element of death frantically converged and provided the enormous number of undead creatures with an endless supply of energy. The soldiers and civilians watching from the top of the south border city walls were all dumbfounded. They knew that Han Shuo was a powerful necromancer, but they were still astonished when they saw such a terrifying army of undead creatures appear with their own eyes. At a glance, there were densely packed undead creatures everywhere. They seemed to have blotted out the sky and earth. When they ferociously charged at the orc army, their indomitable momentum was extremely frightening. Unbelievable. How could Lord Brian be so terrifying? Heavens, so many undead creatures. So it turns out that necromancy magic can be so valiant when cultivated to a high realm. We're saved. Haha, those damned orcs, they're going to suffer. What's going on? How could he be so powerful? Firenze was obviously taken aback and asked Fanny, who was beside him, in a somewhat hurried manner. I'm not too sure either. I didn't expect his realm to be so terrifying. As a fellow practitioner of necromancy magic, Fanny naturally understood that the appearance of every undead creature would deplete the summoner's mental strength. There were thousands upon thousands of undead creatures outside South Border City. Fanny simply didn't dare to imagine how enormous the mental strength required to summon them would be. Lass, why did this kid suddenly appear? Do you know where he has been for the past 5 years? Firenze was obviously very curious about Han Shuo's disappearance. Seeing that Han Shuo's strength had once again improved at an inconceivable rate, Firenze was truly astounded. I'm not too sure either. It's just that as soon as he returned, he came to help the southern border. Han Shuo's experiences in the Abyss realm were too unimaginable. Without reaching a certain realm of strength, most people would not believe him. Therefore, Fanny did not explain it to her father. Brat, at least you still have some conscience. Firenze coldly snorted when he heard Fanny defending Han Shuo. However, his tone was clearly much more relaxed. Look, they've started fighting. A joyful cry suddenly sounded from the top of the city wall of the south border city. Everyone turned to look and discovered that the undead creatures that covered the mountains and plains had officially begun their attack on the orcs. Gargoyles covered the sky like dark clouds. A few bone dragons moved without wings, bringing with them a large amount of death element. Below them was the Skeleton King and the Zombie King. They were led by a large number of old fey demons, bone devils, mummies, evil knights, hate demons, and zombies. The undead creatures that covered the mountains and plains were still emerging in a steady stream, along with streaks of lightning bolts in the sky. The massive invasion of the undead creatures immediately caused the orc army to be in a state of chaos. After a long and loud horn call, all the orcs were roused. The orcs at the front were already engaged in battle with the undead creatures that were charging towards them. However, the orcs at the back were still clueless as to what was going on. Each and every one of them picked up their weapons in a daze and asked the people beside them what was going on. When a few powerful orc shamans saw the gargoyles surging towards them, they hastily flew into the sky. Riding on their strange contracted beasts, they chanted mysterious characters in the ancient orc language, forming all kinds of boundaries around them. It was at this moment that Han Shuo, who did not take any further action after summoning Little Skull from the netherworld, suddenly made his move. He transformed into a huge bloody radiance and shot towards the orc army. Midway, Han Shuo's avatar reverted to its original appearance. A long sword glistening with bloody radiance floated in the bloody waves. A destructive energy shrouded the entire battlefield in a split second. At this moment, whether it was the orc army or the city walls of the south border city, everyone could feel the destructive energy. Under the awe of this enormous destructive energy, everyone's gazes were focused on the long sword emitting a sinister aura. "It's Brian!" Fanny cried out in surprise. A sense of pride involuntarily welled up in her heart when she sensed the boundless destructive energy spreading from the sword. Oh my God, what a terrifying aura! Firenze finally could not suppress the shock in his heart and exclaimed softly. The undead creatures were still charging tirelessly at the orc empire. The battle at South Border City had fully unfolded. However, on the city walls of the South Border City, the soldiers and civilians who had always been on the defensive had all quieted down. They held their breaths and concentrated their attention on the long sword floating in the bloody waves outside the South Border City. No one knew where Han Shuo was, but everyone knew that the longsword that was constantly emitting destructive energy was being controlled by Han Shuo. With the long sword as the center, destructive energy suddenly erupted like a mountain torrent. Streaks of energy invisible to the naked eye shot out from the demon's lair edge and blasted towards the orcs in all directions. Miserable wails and howls came out of those orcs' mouths. When the crowd focused their attention, they suddenly discovered that the orc empire within 300 meters of the longsword seemed to have been baptized by doomsday. Amidst the agonizing howls, the orcs were all torn apart and turned into a bloody mist that dissipated into the air. Not a single one of the thousands of orc warriors in that area was intact. On the city walls of the South Border City, everyone was concentrating their attention on the longsword. Not a single one of them knew what had just happened. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of orc warriors had suddenly turned into bloody mist before their eyes. Not even their bones were left behind. The South Border City had been filled with clamorous exclamations and discussions. It was so eerily silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 596. The gargoyles in the sky pressed down like a dark cloud. The undead creatures that covered the mountains and plains swarmed forward like a swarm of locusts. Little Skull, riding on the bone dragon, skillfully released a large area of effect necromancy magic that enveloped the orc warriors. When a god-grade existence descended to the mortal world, he was practically invincible if he didn't have an expert of the same level to contend with him. Although Little Skull was only a low god, necromancy magic was originally suitable for group battles. The enormous undead creatures tore through the air and actually drowned the orc warriors. Han Shuo transformed into a longsword that dragged along a long sword light. He slithered across the battlefield like a soaring dragon, crushing the orc warriors wherever he passed. Not a single one of them was left unscathed. This was not a battle of equal strength at all. With Han Shuo and Little Skeleton, two low gods on their side, the orc warriors who had been throwing their weight around for the past few years had completely become the target of slaughter. They had absolutely no ability to resist. Amidst the clamor, the orc warriors dispatched a few shamans. Faced with Han Shuo and Little Skull, who were much stronger than them, they were easily killed on the spot. This dealt a heavy psychological blow to the orc warriors. On the battlefield, the cruel massacre continued. The undead creatures that were everywhere had no sense of fear or pain. They were undoubtedly the most terrifying warriors. As long as their souls weren't destroyed, they could continue attacking even if their bodies were smashed to pieces. Under the cover of various auxiliary boundaries, the undead creatures' strength and speed were greatly enhanced. They continuously launched a frenzied assault on the orc warriors unknowingly. The orc army that had been eyeing the South Border City covetously for the past few years had suffered heavy losses under the combined attacks of Han Shuo and Little Skull. None of the orc powerhouses who were sent to stop them were able to escape from their hands. They were all cleanly blasted into pieces. The enormous orc army, faced with the seemingly endless attacks of the undead creatures that didn't know pain or exhaustion, wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as they fell into pools of blood. Whoosh! 100-meter-long streak of bloody light ferociously bombarded the tents in the center of the orc army with an earth-shattering momentum. Rumble! The earth trembled and sand and stones flew everywhere. A row of more than a dozen military tents exploded into pieces with a deafening explosion. Along with the military tents were pieces of bloody flesh. Dozens of military tents and dozens of leaders of the Orc Empire were killed just like that. The orcs are done for. Firenze shouted from the top of the South Border City wall. His tone was agitated. Without a leader and experts, just relying on those soldiers will only lead to death. Fanny nodded in agreement. She looked at the orc warriors who were being slaughtered and shook her head with a sigh. I don't know why these orcs are so determined to invade our empire. Look at them now. How many of them can survive after what Brian has done? The wars between nations are just that cruel. You don't need to sympathize with them. Too many soldiers and civilians of the South Border City have died over the past few years. Their weapons are stained with the blood of the soldiers and civilians of the South Border City. Perhaps Brian's arrival is the price they should pay. As a commander, Forenza was obviously not a soft-hearted person. In his eyes, death in war was all too common. He was not the least bit affected by the death of the orc warriors. Having lost the command of their leaders and the protection of their experts, the orc warriors who could only passively defend were defeated as expected. Blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the orc warriors fell to the ground. Their corpses were left on the corpse-strewn ground. At the center of the battlefield, two lofty altars had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The energy stones on the altars glowed brightly and formed two cyclones that were constantly changing shapes. They collected strands of energy from the battlefield to replenish the divine energy in the bodies of those who had set up the altars. Of the two altars, one was shrouded in a dense aura of death, while the other was shimmering in a strange and blurry light. It seemed as though the law of destruction was being performed. The two altars, emitting different energy auras, operated together in the middle of the battlefield. They absorbed and collected the unique energy formed by the death and destruction on the battlefield bit by bit. As the energy of death and destruction on the battlefield increased, the number of orc warriors decreased. Gradually, the mournful high-pitched howls turned intermittent and finally into silence. Han Shuo reverted to his human form and stood proudly in the void. He looked down at the ground and discovered that the ground was littered with the corpses of orc warriors. It was getting harder and harder to find an orc that was still alive. As far as the eye could see, other than the corpses of the orcs, there were also the undead creatures that were blankly searching for living targets. It seemed that the battle had come to an end. Hovering in midair, Han Shuo could sense strands of drifting energy flowing into his body through the altar at the center of the battlefield, fusing with the divine energy in his body. He could clearly feel the growth of his divine energy. At this moment, as he felt the growth of the energy, Han Shuo gradually understood the intentions of the overgods of death and destruction. By relying on special methods, even though they were separated by multiple planes, through the use of altars and soul imprints, the sovereigns of death and destruction would be able to gain power from both destruction and death. The more people died, the more power they would gain. The death of over 100,000 orc warriors and the energy of destruction on the battlefield were absorbed by the altar that Han Shuo had set up. He could clearly feel the rapid growth of his divine energy. After doing some calculations in his mind, Han Shuo discovered that the energy of destruction caused by the death of over 100,000 orc warriors was equivalent to the power of faith of over 100,000 people over a few decades. It was also equivalent to the decades of silent cultivation of Han Shuo's avatar of destruction. It was no wonder that the overgods of death and destruction would do everything possible to send their subordinates to other material planes to wreak havoc. It was much easier to obtain energy this way than to cultivate on their own. There were thousands of material planes. If countless lives were destroyed in every material plane, then the energy obtained by the overgods of death and destruction would definitely be able to greatly improve their divine energy. Father, they are no longer a threat. I need to go back and digest the energy I just obtained. Just as Han Shuo was thinking, Little Skull sent a message. Looking up, Han Shuo saw Little Skull riding the bone dragon on top of the altar of death. The gravestone on Little Skull's chest was spinning rapidly like a small whirlpool. The altar of death below seemed to have run out of energy and was no longer glowing. Han Shuo replied. After observing for a while, Han Shuo discovered that the gravestone on Little Skull's chest seemed to have the ability to speed up his absorption of the energy of death. He and Little Skull had set up the altar at almost the same time. Now, not only had Little Skull absorbed all the energy around the altar, even his body had completed the energy conversion, but Han Shuo himself was only halfway through. Naturally, Little Skull would not be courteous with Han Shuo. Riding on the bone dragon, he cast some kind of strange spell. The complicated magic circle in the center of the altar that was supposed to be used to collect the energy of death suddenly shone with a misty green light. One by one, the undead creatures swarmed into the misty green light and disappeared. The undead creatures left as quickly as they came. After a while, The enormous undead creatures returned to the netherworld through the altar under Little Skull. As the caster, Little Skull looked at Han Shua after seeing that the undead creatures had swarmed into the altar in an orderly manner. "All right, Father, please send me back." Han Shua was a little surprised, but he did not say anything. He cast a simple necromancy spell, and Little Skull disappeared in a flash of bright light as if he had been caught by space. This guy is getting more and more amazing. Han Shua smiled inside. He was not in a hurry to leave, but instead hovered in place and silently absorbed the energy of destruction on the battlefield through the altar below. The amount of energy of destruction caused by the death of hundreds of thousands of orcs was quite considerable. Without a magical treasure like the gravestone, Han Shua would need to spend more time and energy to absorb the energy than Little Skull. Han Shua was not in a hurry. He hovered in the air and communicated with the altar with his soul. He spread out his domain of divinity and formed a spiderweb-like barrier to absorb the energy of destruction gathered by the altar. After a long while, Han Shua let out a long sigh. He spread his hand and covered the altar below. The altar seemed to be covered by an invisible canvas, disappearing inch by inch under Han Shua's body. Han Shua surveyed the surroundings, looked at the corpses strewn all over the battlefield, looked at the messy weapons and armors, shook his head, and flew towards the distant south border city. If it was in the past, Han Shua would definitely stay and collect the weapons and armor on the ground. However, Han Shua was no longer the same as before. Those weapons and armor on the ground could no longer enter Han Shua's eyes. Therefore, he naturally would not waste his time on them. A streak of light flashed past at high speed. A tall and majestic figure appeared beside Forenza, who was still looking at the battlefield in astonishment. For the time being, South Border City should not be facing the threat of the Empire of Orcs again. Clean up the battlefield. Some things are still of some value, said Han Shua with a faint smile as he looked at Forenza beside him. Forenza snapped out of his shock and turned his head to look at Han Shua. Forenza, who had always been bold and unrestrained, was actually a little timid at this moment. After staring blankly for a long while, he forced a smile and nodded, saying, "Hundreds of thousands of orcs gone just like that. Even if the Empire of Orcs still has some military strength, I'm afraid they won't dare to invade our south border city again before the truth is clear." Han Shua grinned and calmly said, "Oh, that's good. After I've dealt with the great threat that is the Kasi Empire, we can regroup our military strength and attack them instead." Forenza remained silent for a long time after hearing Han Shua's words. He sized up Han Shua for a very long time before he finally said, "With you around, the Empire is invincible." Chapter 597. Within one night, Han Shua's reputation in South Border City had far surpassed that of Forenza, the Lord of the Southern Border. Forenza had stayed in South Border City for 3 years, leading the Empire's most powerful Howling Legion in strenuous defense. However, even when faced with an army of more than 100,000 strong from the Empire of Orcs, they were still forced to retreat step by step. Han Shua, on the other hand, appeared for the first time in 5 years. With his own strength, he slaughtered more than 100,000 savage orc warriors in less than a day. Since the founding of Lancelot Empire, no one had been able to match his might. Many soldiers and civilians of South Border City had personally witnessed this unprecedented and crazy feat from the top of the city walls. After being oppressed by the orc warriors for so long, the soldiers and civilians of South Border City could only watch helplessly as more than 100,000 orc warriors were annihilated in one day. That kind of excitement was absolutely uncontrollable. No one organized it, but all the soldiers and civilians of South Border City actually flocked to Han Shua, expressing their gratitude in all kinds of ways. Some offered their personally cooked delicacies, some offered their ancestral armors and weapons to Han Shua, some even offered their daughters to Han Shua, hoping that Han Shua would keep them as his maidservant. But most of all, they cheered again and again, shouting Han Shua's name at the top of their lungs. It seemed that they wanted to express the excitement in their hearts through this kind of high-spirited cheering. What Han Shua had done today was destined to become a legend in South Border City. With the threat of the Empire of Orcs gone, The people of South Border City gathered on the streets and cheered in unison, competing to spread the story of Han Shua's magnificent feat of slaughtering more than 100,000 orc warriors single-handedly. The heavy atmosphere that had been shrouding South Border City had been cleansed by Han Shua single-handedly. The imagination of the people was astonishing. As they spread the story, Han Shua's figure grew bigger and bigger. Even though Han Shua had yet to acknowledge it, the people of South Border City had already treated him as a god. Many people who had no spiritual support had even engraved Han Shua's name on their faith tablets and started to worship him. A single person had killed over 100,000 savage orcs in just one short hour. Aside from God, who else could do such a thing? As a matter of course, Han Shua received the most honorable treatment in the South Border City. When he and Forenza made their way to Han Shua's mansion in the city, all the people along the way were scrambling to kneel down and worship them. They were willing to worship Han Shua as their god. Looking at the citizens who were kowtowing on the ground, Han Shua's heart did not waver too much. After thinking for a while, he decided to build a god's altar in the city. Flying to the center of the altar, Han Shua expanded his domain of God, releasing a majestic aura that was like a towering mountain, slowly extending in all directions. Inside the realm of divinity, all the people of South Border City, including the soldiers of the Howling Legion, could not help but have the thought of willingly submitting to Han Shua and believing in him for all eternity. Offer your faith to the God's altar, and I will ensure the safety of your South Border City. The voice that Han Shua emitted with his divine energy reverberated continuously within the realm of divinity. It carried a mysterious power that could bewitch people's hearts, igniting the passion of the people who were willing to worship Han Shua. With the shock of invincibility and the influence of the realm of divinity at this moment, the people of South Border City, whose passion had been raised to the extreme, did not hesitate at all. All of them offered the faith of their souls to the God's altar, becoming devout believers who offered the power of faith to Han Shua. After setting up the God's altar, Han Shua uttered some pompous words. Seeing that everything was going smoothly according to his plan, he left with Forenza and Fanny and returned to Forenza's mansion in South Border City. I've been working hard for the safety of South Border City for 3 years. Those people are only praying for my safety. But you've only been in South Border City for a day, and they've already treated you like a god. People really can't be compared with each other. After entering the mansion, Forenza rolled his eyes, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Fanny put on a sweet smile, went over to Forenza's arm, and said with a sweet smile, "Father, if you can single-handedly resolve the threat of hundreds of thousands of orc warriors, not only the people of South Border City, but all the people of the southern border will truly treat you like a god." Forenza put on a bitter smile, glared at Fanny, and pretended to be angry as he said, "Do you think that everyone is as crazy as that youngster? If I had that kind of strength, Lancelot Empire would have long dominated Profound Continent. Why would it still need to passively adopt defensive measures? That's why we are just ordinary people while Brian is a genius. It's to be expected that he can stand at such a high position and receive the worship of the people. You don't have to feel that it's unfair." Fanny giggled as she consoled Forenza. A sense of pride involuntarily arose in her heart. Han Shua was her man. The stronger he was, the more she liked him. "I will be staying in South Border City for 3 days. You and your daughter should have a good reunion. If there are any problems in South Border City or the southern border that you need me to resolve, let me know as soon as possible. I'll help you handle them." Han Shua's low god of destruction body needed some time to digest the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. In addition, it had been a long time since Fanny and Forenza had last seen each other. It was only natural for them to have some time to communicate. After witnessing the terrifying feat previously, Forenza now faced Han Shua without any regard for the consequences. Instead, he was more respectful, reserved, and a little uncomfortable. On one hand, it was because Forenza had been thoroughly awed by Han Shua's strength. On the other hand, it was because Han Shua naturally possessed the aura of a superior after becoming a god. Under these two pressures, Forenza, who had always been uninhibited in the Empire, suddenly seemed like a completely different person when facing Han Shua. "All right, I'll make good arrangements in the next few days." If there's any problem that needs to be resolved by force, I won't be courteous with you, Forenza said mischievously. No matter how powerful you are, you're still my son-in-law. Han Shuo nodded smilingly and did not say anything else. After giving some instructions to Fanny, he entered the room that Forenza had specially prepared for him and silently digested the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. On the other side, in the dark forest on the mountain above the place of extreme fire Tanai, Han Shuo, who was sitting cross-legged on a fiery red boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were glistening as he gazed at the cratered ground in front of him. Suddenly a dull sound came from the depths of the earth. The valley that had been silent for a long time suddenly began to tremble. The magnitude of the tremors grew increasingly greater. A high-pitched dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the earth. Accompanied by the tremors of the earth, the cracks in the gullies grew larger and larger. Gradually, the corpse of Dark Dragon Gilbert, which had sunk deep into the earth, slowly emerged from the ground. Another dragon's roar sounded. The earth rumbled and trembled violently. As the earth quaked and the mountains swayed, the silhouette of a wriggling dragon soared into the sky and instantly disappeared into the depths of the clouds. Wah! Wild, excited laughter escaped from Dark Dragon Gilbert's mouth. Having been stifled for too long, Gilbert found it hard to suppress the excitement in his heart after his rebirth. He roamed the skies to his heart's content, shouting at the top of his lungs to release the agitation in his heart. "Stop making such a racket, come down." Han Shuo chided with a smile as he lifted his head to look at Dark Dragon Gilbert flying through the air. "I'm coming," Gilbert replied with a hearty laugh. His enormous draconic body swayed a little, and a ray of black light suddenly appeared. His enormous body gradually shrank within the black light, and by the time he landed in front of Han Shuo, he had turned into that familiar dark-skinned youth. "Master, I'm back. Gilbert, I'm back. Ha ha ha." Gilbert was so excited that he danced with joy. He kept hitting his new body, and he seemed to be very satisfied. "You died here and also resurrected here. I've done what I promised you." Han Shuo looked at Dark Dragon Gilbert with a smile, and asked, "How's the new body?" "Very good. Very good," Gilbert immediately replied. He twisted his neck, kicked his legs and added, "There's a surging power in my body. Although it's not quite the same as before, it feels even more powerful." With a thought, Han Shuo's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He nodded and praised, "Not bad, you actually melted that small piece of divine crystal. Very good, very good. As long as you comprehend it carefully, it won't be difficult to become a god in the future." "Thank you, Master, haha." "Thank you, Master." Gilbert couldn't help but shout excitedly as he listened to Han Shuo's praise. His voice traveled far and wide, causing many low-level magical beasts to retreat. "This is what you deserve. The new body also has some wonderful uses. I think you should have a deep understanding of this yourself. Spend some more time and understand some of the uses of the new body. This will be of great benefit to you in the future," Han Shuo said seriously. "Don't worry, Master. I've died once, I'll cherish it." Gilbert put away his mischievous smile and promised Han Shuo, I think this time you should understand the importance of strength." Han Shuo nodded. "Master, I want to go back and see my grandfather." Gilbert suddenly spoke in a somewhat sad tone. "My father is already dead, and many of the dark dragons have also died. I want to see how they are doing now." "Of course. Take a look at how the lizard men in the underground world are doing. If they have any difficulties, I'll help you if I can." Han Shuo had promised the ancient lizard king to take care of the lizard men. Perhaps something had changed in the underground world because of Adele's resurrection. After Gilbert's resurrection, his strength was much higher than before. With his help, the lizard men in the underground world should be better off. "Understood, Master. I'll be going then." Gilbert was concerned about the dark dragon race. He didn't know if the Shrine of Ice had caused trouble for the dark dragons again in the years after he left. He left some instructions with Han Shuo and hurriedly left. This guy is still so impatient. Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh when he saw Gilbert leave so quickly. After a while his face turned cold. He gazed into the depths of the dark forest and recalled that unforgettable hatred. Chapter 598. 5 years ago, in the Dragon Valley in the depths of the dark forest, Han Shuo suffered a great loss that he would never forget. The primordious dragon was the most powerful being that Han Shuo had ever encountered on Profound Continent. The primordious dragon who had been guarding Profound Continent possessed low god strength of earth. Nobody knew how long he had been in this realm. Han Shuo would never forget this grudge. However, at present, his avatar of death was still digesting the divine essence underground of Brettel City, while his avatar of destruction was digesting the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of the hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. Han Shuo had no confidence in defeating the primordious dragon in the low god realm, with just his main body that had reached the Nine Changes realm in demonic arts. Standing in the valley above the place of extreme fire and gazing coldly at the Dragon Valley, Han Shuo did not rush over impulsively. After calming the rage in his heart, Han Shuo coldly groaned and said, "I'll let you live for a few more days. When my 3 souls have fused, I will destroy your Dragon Valley and annihilate your dragon soul." Han Shuo took a deep breath, forcibly repressed his impulse, and returned to the cemetery of death. After a short while, Han Shuo returned to the cemetery of death. Sanguiner, Jasper and the other 2 ladies who had stayed behind in the cemetery of death, as soon as they saw Han Shuo, they clamored to go out and experience this new world. As soon as Han Shuo returned to Profound Continent, he had the 4 stay behind. They had been bored to death for a long time. A material plane different from the Abyss realm had piqued their curiosity. They had been waiting for Han Shuo's return. Now that Han Shuo had returned, they were naturally unwilling to stay in the cemetery of death any longer. Han Shuo did not refuse the urgent request of the 4. After thinking for a moment, he smilingly said, "All right, I'll show you around and familiarize you with this world. Haha, Profound Continent is completely different from your Abyss realm. The plants and animals here are more peaceful and won't attack strangers for no reason. Let's go, Han Shuo. This place feels like a prison. Hurry up and take us out to broaden our horizons." Jasper pulled Han Shuo's arm and urged him with a smile. "All right, then come with me to experience this world." Han Shuo broke through the barrier and led the group of 4 out of the cemetery of death. The dark forest was lush and verdant, with wildflowers and weeds growing everywhere. The air was fresh, and the sun was bright and beautiful. It was a stark contrast to the gloom of the Abyss realm. The sun hanging high in the sky was especially unique in the Abyss realm. As soon as they walked out of the cemetery of death, the 4 immediately cried out in surprise. They curiously looked all around, touched this, pinched that, and clicked their tongues in wonder. What a beautiful world! Hemena plucked a wild flower and sniffed it. She looked at Han Shuo with a happy expression. "The scenery here is really beautiful. Just as you said, this is a magical and beautiful world." Sylph took a deep breath and looked around. She couldn't help but sigh when she saw nothing but lush greenery around her. "At first, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to adapt to this place. But now I can finally relax. I love this world." Jasper exclaimed excitedly as she gently flapped her flawless white wings and flew a circle in the air. Sanguiner did not say a word and focused on sensing the aura of the new world. As a cultivator of the blood god mantra, Sanguiner's perception of his surroundings was obviously sharper than that of Jasper and the other 2 ladies. All he could think of at the moment was how he could display his strength as soon as possible. When he discovered that this new world would not affect him in the slightest, he quickly put his mind at ease. "Let's go, I'll show you around the cities here," Han Shuo said smilingly when he saw that the party had adapted to Profound Continent so quickly. Yay! We have long wanted to see what the cities in this world look like." Sylph cheered and appeared to be in high spirits. Under Han Shuo's guidance, the party departed from the cemetery of death and headed in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. Sanguiner and the others possessed decent strength in Profound Continent. They chattered excitedly as they followed behind Han Shuo. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the gates of the Valley of Sunshine. After 5 years, the Valley of Sunshine had been completely under the control of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. After escaping from death, Trunks had become even more vicious and ruthless. With the secret support of Lancelot Empire, Trunks, with his extraordinary means, quickly established his position in the Valley of Sunshine and developed the Soul Destroyer mercenary band into the most powerful force in the Valley of Sunshine. Wow, what beautiful and exquisite buildings! This is amazing! Sylph cried out in surprise as soon as they arrived in front of the gates of the Valley of Sunshine. The buildings in the Abyss realm were simple and crude. The nobler the person, the bigger the building they lived in. However, no effort would be wasted on details or elegance. Therefore, although the buildings in the Abyss realm were large, they lacked any distinguishing features. They were almost all in the same crude style. Profound Continent, of course, was different. Here, the humanities and arts were well developed. People paid great attention to the enjoyment of life in all aspects. Naturally, the houses they lived in weren't just for sleeping. The buildings of various styles were generally decorated with exquisite patterns and adorned with many beautiful decorations. This style was obviously different from that of the Abyss realm. Angel, there's an angel there. What a beautiful angel! Almost at the same time as Sylph cried out in surprise, an equally loud cry of surprise came from the crowd of guards in the Valley of Sunshine. The two snow-white wings on Jasper's back were exactly the same as the pure and beautiful angels that the Church of Light promoted. It was no wonder that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would cry out in surprise. Idiot, that's the enemy. Everyone get ready. It must be the Church of Light launching a large-scale attack. All of a sudden, the members of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band put up their defenses as though they were facing a great enemy. All kinds of crossbow bolts were pointed at Han Shuo and the others. Angels were the symbol of purity and beauty. However, under the propaganda of the Church of Light, angels were also synonymous with the strong. In the Valley of Sunshine, Trunks had long expressed his disgust towards the Church of Light. All these years, he had been constantly at odds with the Church of Light, especially after the Pope of Light solemnly vowed that they had eradicated the greatest heretic, Han Shuo. Under Trunks' leadership, the Valley of Sunshine had long become the enemy of the Church of Light. Under such circumstances, it went without saying what it meant for the legendary powerful warrior angels of the Church of Light to suddenly appear outside the Valley of Sunshine. After a cry of surprise, the members of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band came from all directions. These people were armed with weapons and pointed at Han Shuo and the others from afar, ready to attack at any time. What are you people of the Church of Light doing here? Our Valley of Sunshine doesn't welcome you? A leader shouted angrily and waved his hand. Dozens of people walked out and slowly surrounded Han Shuo and the others. Seeing the members of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band as if they were facing a great enemy, Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that he would be faced with such a lineup even before entering the Valley of Sunshine. Smiling wryly and shaking his head, Han Shuo felt that this was somewhat absurd. He had single-handedly founded the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. He didn't expect that these fellows would actually point their swords at him. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Han Shuo, who are these people? Jasper was stunned. Master, these people seem to think of us as enemies. They aren't very strong. Do you want me to kill them all for Master? Sanguiner's face turned cold as a murderous aura surged from all over his body. He cruelly suggested. Waving his hand, Han Shuo stopped Sanguiner's suggestion. No need, they are all on the same side. It's just that I've been away for too long and these people don't recognize me. Put down your weapons and state your purpose. Otherwise we will attack, that guard shouted, appearing somewhat nervous. We're on the same side, don't be nervous. Han Shuo explained helplessly. He raised his hand with a wry smile, afraid that these people would do something irrational, and then accidentally kill them. Humph, since when did the Church of Light become one of our Soul Destroyer mercenary band's people? Our leader has ordered that no one from the Church of Light is allowed to enter the Valley of Sunshine. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite, that person shouted angrily. Tell Trunks to come see me. Is this bastard in the glorious Tanai? Han Shuo raised his hand and shouted somewhat angrily. How dare you insult our leader? As expected, you are from the Church of Light. Everyone prepare to attack. Take them down first, that person shouted. Everyone swarmed forward, preparing to attack. Master, what should we do? Sanguiner spread out his hands towards Han Shuo. It seems like we can only restrain these guys who don't know the situation. That's the only way. Han Shuo thought to himself. He was also prepared to take them down first and then wait for Trunks to come over and explain the situation. Stop, you bastards. What are you shouting for when you don't know anything? Just as the battle was about to break out, an explosive shout suddenly rang out. Then, a fiery red shadow rapidly rushed out from the Valley of Sunshine, arriving in front of Han Shuo in the blink of an eye. Lady Candace, why have you come? Those Soul Destroyer mercenary band immediately smiled obsequiously when they saw the newcomer. You blind fools. If I didn't come, you guys would have really attacked. Candace glared at that person and cursed fiercely. The fiery Candace hadn't changed much. She was still wearing her sexy armor and had a fire magic sword on her back. However, compared to before, she looked a bit more feminine. Candace, it's you. Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh heartily when he saw the newcomer. I heard news of you from Phoebe, but I didn't really believe it. I didn't think that you would really be alright. That's great, Trunks has been missing you for a long time. Candace looked at Han Shuo and said with genuine joy. Ever since Han Shuo met Candace, he knew that she was a pretty good mercenary. However, when he left the Profound Continent back then, Candace and Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band didn't have much interaction. He didn't expect that she would actually be in the Valley of Sunshine this time. Furthermore, when talking about Trunks, Candace's tone was obviously a bit strange. After sizing up Candace with a few odd glances, Han Shuo suddenly let out a strange laugh and said, Candace, don't tell me that you and Trunks are together? It was rare for the usually fiery and bold Candace to blush. She then raised her neck and said in a magnanimous manner, That's right, why? Let's go, Trunks will definitely be very happy to see you. With her leading the way, none of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band guards dared to obstruct them, allowing Han Shuo and his party to enter unimpeded. However, their hearts were filled with doubts. They didn't know who Han Shuo was to actually be treated so warmly and solemnly by Candace. Candace, what are these people doing? Don't tell me they're new mercenaries? Haha, newcomers can come over and play? A 2-meter-tall bald man raised a double-edged battle axe in his hand and laughed provocatively. Humph, idiot. With that little bit of ability of yours, you'll only be toyed to death. Candace glared at him disdainfully and attacked him mercilessly. Hearing her words, the bald man was displeased. He glared at her and said in a low, muffled voice, I don't believe you. Whoosh! A figure shot into the training field in a split second. Sanguiner cast a sidelong glance at the man and sized him up. He gave an objective evaluation. Your limbs are well developed, but the energy within your body is very weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. Brian. Candace stared blankly and then looked at Han Shuo. Sanguiner, don't hurt them. Just knock them down. Han Shuo raised his voice and instructed Sanguiner. He then looked at Candace with a smile. That's my disciple. No matter, let them play. In the world of mercenaries, the strongest fist was the last word. If you defeated them fair and square, you'd only win their respect. Arrogant brat, come. I'll let you have 3 moves. The bald man was obviously infuriated when he heard Sanguiner's words. He lowered the double-edged battle axe in his hand and stuck out his 2 iron-like chest muscles as he spoke arrogantly. Not only can you not withstand a single blow, but you're also simple-minded. Sanguiner shook his head and continued his evaluation. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Knock me down if you have the guts. The bald man saw that Sanguiner was only 1.7 meters tall and didn't have any strong muscles. He didn't think much of Sanguiner and roared angrily like a violent bear as he listened to Sanguiner's continuous taunts. Too easy. Sanguiner laughed coldly and punched out like lightning. His fist turned into a streak of blood red as it landed squarely on the unmoving bald man. Bam! The bald man's 200-pound body flew out as if he were weightless and fell to the ground with a plop. He stared blankly at Sanguiner, who was a dozen steps away from him. He didn't seem to understand the situation for a moment. The mercenaries in the training field who had been waiting to see a joke stared at Sanguiner as if they had seen a ghost. They were all stunned and couldn't figure out how Sanguiner could have such terrifying strength. These people weren't blind. They naturally knew that strength had little to do with body size. However, they observed carefully and didn't notice that Sanguiner had used any fighting aura. Without using any fighting aura, he had sent a 200-pound body flying with just one punch. Moreover, the attacker was a small youth. This was a little shocking. "Master, I didn't hurt anyone." Sanguiner shrugged at the bald man and spread his hands to show to Han Shuo. "All right, let's go." To Han Shuo, this result wasn't surprising. He nodded at Sanguiner and urged Candace to leave. Oh, I know. Candace abruptly came to her senses. She looked at Sanguis up and down with a strange gaze, then turned to Han Shuo, who was her master. She shook her head, sighed, and said, "You are becoming more and more unfathomable. I didn't expect that a single disciple of yours would have such miraculous strength." Sigh, no wonder. No wonder what? Han Shuo smiled in a carefree manner. He thought that if that bald man, who was merely a journeyman swordsman, could withstand a punch from Sanguiner, then Sanguiner's body would really be unworthy of its name. No wonder those people in Lancelot Empire would always think of you whenever they were in a difficult situation after you left for 5 years. No wonder Brettel City could possess such formidable strength in just a few short years. Even the neighboring Brute Merchant Alliance doesn't dare to invade, Candace said in a strange tone. Han Shuo laughed dryly but didn't say a word. He and Candace walked towards the restricted area at the back of the mountain. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, the number of familiar faces increased. Grant was explaining the rules of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to a group of new mercenaries. When he saw Han Shuo suddenly appear, he was immediately dumbfounded and didn't say a word. He just stared blankly at Han Shuo. "Lord Grant, what's wrong?" The newly recruited mercenaries didn't know what was going on. Seeing Grant suddenly go silent at the crucial moment, they couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. An ear-piercing shriek came from Grant's mouth. The mercenaries who were attentively listening to his explanation were so frightened by his sudden shriek that they trembled all over. Under the gazes of the new mercenaries, Grant screamed and rushed towards Han Shuo like lightning. He was extremely pleasantly surprised as he said, "Lord Brian, you're not dead?" "I won't die that easily." Seeing Grant's heartfelt surprise, Han Shuo's heart warmed as he nodded and smiled. "Brian? Who's that? Brian?" A cry of alarm came from a stone house. Soon after, a person stumbled out and looked towards the source of the voice. Another cry resounded throughout the valley. Heavens, it's really Brian. Odysseus was wild with joy. Like Grant, he rushed to Han Shuo's side and laughed heartily as he hugged Han Shuo and shook him with all his might. Odysseus and the others had a closer relationship with Han Shuo. It was also because of Han Shuo that they joined the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Currently, Odysseus and the others had all become the upper echelons of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. However, they were still as forthright and uninhibited as before. "You're all here. Very good. It looks like the Soul Destroyer mercenary band is getting better and better." Han Shuo was also very happy to see his old friends. "Come, let's go inside and find Trunks for a drink. That guy has been training alone in his room all day. He's getting more and more hardworking." Odysseus had joined the Soul Destroyer mercenary band because of Han Shuo. He naturally knew that the true master of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was Han Shuo. Odysseus, on the other hand, didn't particularly respect the revered Trunks. He still treated him as a comrade like before. The group chatted and laughed as they walked to the back of the valley. Trunks came over after hearing the news. When he saw Han Shuo, he also came over and gave Han Shuo a fierce manly hug. Soon after, he shouted, "Brothers, bring the wine. Let's drink to our heart's content today." Saying so, Trunks tightly hugged Han Shuo and said in a low voice, "I knew you wouldn't die so easily." "Nonsense. How could I be so easily killed?" Han Shuo laughed heartily. In a short while, many of his former friends had all gathered together. As soon as Trunks gave the order, large bowls of wine and meat were served. The mercenaries were originally boorish and unrestrained. When the leaders gave the order, all of them couldn't control themselves as they laughed and drank heartily. Those mercenaries who had just joined the Soul Destroyer mercenary band were all indescribably excited when they learned of Han Shua's identity. They took the opportunity to toast their idol, expressing their worship through drinking heartily. Back in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua was a true idol. In the Lancelot Empire, he had never been defeated. Such a character was the one these mercenaries admired the most. Therefore, when they heard that the person who had arrived was the legend of the Empire, the expert that the three goddesses had bitterly waited for 5 years, their blood began to boil. The Valley of Sunshine was instantly brimming with a joyous atmosphere. Chapter 600. After large bowls of wine and meat, everyone was a bit tipsy. At this time, Han Shua and Trunks arrived at a secluded rock in the back of the mountain. The mountain breeze caressed their faces and the air was fresh. The two were in a very good mood after reuniting after a long time. Trunks was still a great swordmaster. After spending 5 years in the great swordmaster realm, his fighting aura had become increasingly pure. However, perhaps due to the lack of opportunity, he had yet to make a breakthrough. 5 years felt like a lifetime had passed since the two had last seen each other. Han Shua, in particular, had become a true god in the short span of 5 years. Although he hadn't deliberately displayed his strength, Trunks could still vaguely sense the powerful aura emanating from his soul. "Brian, what realm are you at now? Why can't I sense any fighting aura or magic aura from you?" Trunks frowned as he looked at Han Shua. He had carefully observed him for a long time, but still couldn't discern what martial arts technique Han Shua was training in. The demonic arts that Han Shua trained in didn't have the aura of the element of death, or the edict of destruction. All of the energy was hidden deep within his body, so Trunks naturally couldn't detect any clues. Smiling faintly, Han Shua didn't provide any explanation on this question. Instead, he asked Trunks, "Oh right, have you settled your grudge with Caesar City?" Shaking his head, Trunks sighed softly and answered, "Not yet. Radley Pilon's Caesar City is heavily guarded. The Kasi Empire has been pressuring us step by step these past few years, and Valen City has instead been very passive. Although my Valley of Sunshine has developed rapidly, we are still founded on merchants and mercenaries. We are still somewhat lacking compared to the machinations of a country." Nodding, Han Shua understood that Trunks was speaking the truth. The Valley of Sunshine was situated between 3 countries, and was situated in the middle of a mountain range. It was precisely because of this that there were advantages and disadvantages. It wasn't easy for Trunks to develop the Valley of Sunshine to such a scale. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to go one step further and contend with the country. Han Shua was about to say a few words of consolation when Trunks' expression suddenly turned cold as he said faintly, "The Valley of Sunshine can't contend against Caesar City, this is a fact. However, I've personally killed more than a dozen direct relatives of Radley Pilon's family over the past 5 years. Radley Pilon's uncle, nephew, and even his wife and son have all been assassinated by me. I want him to taste the pain of being abandoned by his family." Han Shua felt a chill in his heart as he looked at the sinister Trunks. He thought to himself that Radley Pilon probably wouldn't be able to sleep well after provoking such an enemy. The immediate family members of Radley Pilon's family died one after another. Even his beloved woman and son were killed. That kind of torture must have been very painful for Radley Pilon. Han Shua had originally wanted to say a few words of consolation to Trunks, but after hearing Trunks' words, he knew that Trunks definitely didn't need his consolation after going through such a slow massacre. Judging from Trunks' appearance, he seemed to be enjoying the process of forcing Radley Pilon to his death step by step. He probably wasn't in a hurry to get rid of Radley Pilon in one fell swoop. "So that's how it is. You brat, you're getting more and more sinister." Han Shua laughed involuntarily as he teased Trunks. "The Dark Forest and the Lizardmen in the underground world are all under the control of our Soul Destroyer mercenary band. You've been gone for 5 years, so you may not know the situation. Let me introduce to you the current distribution of strength in the Valley of Sunshine. Trunks chuckled. No need. Han Shuo interrupted Trunks' introduction and looked deeply at Trunks. I believe that you will handle these matters well. I won't ask about the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's matters in the future. You just need to know what you're doing. At Han Shuo's level of strength, he didn't even care about some countries, not to mention a small power like the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. As long as Han Shuo was willing, he could destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band with a wave of his hand, or even rebuild a power of the same scale. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Even the Abyss realm completely belonged to him. What could a mere Soul Destroyer mercenary band amount to? No matter what, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will always be yours. Even if you've forgotten, I won't. Trunks clearly understood the meaning behind Han Shuo's words. He knew that Han Shuo had plans to let go of the mercenary band. After a moment of silence, Trunks suddenly guaranteed. Laughing heartily, Han Shuo patted Trunks' shoulder and said, "There's no need for such words between us. Come, let's continue drinking. Drink. All right. I'll accompany you to truly get drunk today." Trunks laughed heartily. Naturally, Han Shuo wouldn't get drunk. That day, most of the people got drunk. Even Trunks, who had reached the realm of Great Swordmaster, got drunk without using his fighting aura to filter out the alcohol. However, Han Shuo's demonic body was special. Even if he didn't take any measures, he still wouldn't fall into such a dizzy state. The next day, while Trunks and the others were still unconscious, Han Shuo found Sanguiner and Jasper, and instructed them to stay and play in the Valley of Sunshine for the time being. He then left the Valley of Sunshine alone. Deep within the dark forest, outside the Dragon Valley, Han Shuo stealthily arrived outside the Dragon Valley and laid in ambush. After waiting for half a day, the other two avatars of his arrived one after the other. After his avatar of destruction absorbed the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orcs at the south border city, the divine energy in his body grew. He also gained some new understanding of the utilization of divine energy and the Edict of Destruction. This laid the foundation for the breakthrough of this avatar of Han Shuo's. The advancement of the divine realm was an extremely long process. The three realms of low god, mid god, and high god might take tens of thousands of years to complete the advancement process. In other words, a god might need to stay in the same realm for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Those who entered the same realm first and spent many years in it would usually be able to surpass those who had just entered the same realm in the utilization of elemental energy and edict energy. It was precisely for this reason that the same divine realm was divided into three stages: early, middle, and late. Those who cultivated to the peak of the late stage of the divine realm would be much stronger than those who had just entered the same realm. Although both of Han Shuo's avatars were low gods, as they had just entered this realm, their divine energy was relatively weak and their understanding of divine energy and the edict of elemental energy was not deep enough. Both of them were early-stage low gods and were far from reaching the stage of mid-stage low god. The reason why Han Shuo was not in a hurry to seek revenge on the Primordius Dragon was that he did not know which stage of low god the Primordius Dragon had reached. There was no doubt that a late-stage low god could easily defeat an early-stage or mid-stage low god in the same realm. After the arrival of his two avatars, Han Shuo carefully sensed for a moment. It had to be said that the advancement of the divine realm was indeed a slow process. Although his avatar of destruction had absorbed the energy of destruction formed from the deaths of hundreds of thousands of orcs, and his avatar of death had digested the divine energy of a divine essence, it was still far from the stage of mid-stage. The two avatars once again concealed themselves in Han Shuo's body. Gazing at the Dragon Valley that was just inches away from him, Han Shuo pondered for a moment before he resolutely decided to enter and settle old scores with the Primordius Dragon. Han Shuo did not know which stage of low god the Primordius Dragon was at. However, with his demonic arts having reached the Nine Changes realm, Han Shuo had mastered a few secret techniques. Even if the Primordius Dragon was a late-stage low god, if Han Shuo was no match for him, he could still easily escape. Han Shuo, who possessed 3 souls, was confident that he could easily defeat a mid-stage low god. However, if the Primordius Dragon was really a late-stage low god, Han Shuo had no certainty of victory. Fortunately, with his demonic arts, Han Shuo was not afraid that he would not be able to escape. With a surefire plan in place, Han Shuo no longer hesitated. He raised his head and let out a long howl. His body turned into a rainbow and shot towards the Dragon Valley. The boundary along the way could not stop Han Shuo in the slightest. With a wave of the demonic blades in Han Shuo's hand, the boundary was destroyed without the slightest hindrance. The moment Han Shuo broke through the boundary and charged towards the Dragon Valley, he immediately caused a commotion in the Dragon Valley. As Han Shuo's howl soared into the sky, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly came from the Dragon Valley. A third-order silver dragon wriggled its enormous body and charged straight at Han Shuo, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It breathed out dragon breath and bellowed thunderously, "Lowly human, how dare you trespass into the Dragon Valley? You're courting death. Haha worm, let's see who's the lowly one today." Han Shuo sneered. Without conjuring either of his avatars, he directly grabbed at the third-order silver dragon. When Han Shuo grabbed at the silver dragon, his body suddenly transformed and grew bigger and bigger in the void. By the time his hand reached the silver dragon, Han Shuo had already turned into a 50-meter-tall giant. Before the silver dragon could react, Han Shuo, who had transformed into a giant, grabbed the silver dragon's head and tail with both hands. The silver dragon was only 20 meters long. Compared to the current Han Shuo, it was just a slightly larger snake. Han Shuo laughed maniacally and pulled with force. The silver dragon's 10-meter-long body was directly torn into several pieces. Dragon tendons mixed with blood sprayed everywhere. 9 was the extreme number. The 9 changes realm also meant that one could take on a myriad of transformations and transcendence energy. Apart from the implication that 9 was the extreme, the 9 changes realm also had 9 transformations that needed to be practiced. They were speed change, body change, heart change, divine sense change, bloodlust change, space change, earth change, sky change, and demonic change. Each of these 9 transformations had its own unique function. Ever since Han Shuo reached the 9 changes realm, he had only just mastered speed change and body change. As for the remaining 7 transformations, Han Shuo was still diligently comprehending them. Chapter 601. Speed change was what Han Shuo had relied on this time. He could instantly raise his speed to a height that others couldn't hope to match. However, when he used speed change, he couldn't use any other demonic arts to attack. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was using it to escape. Body change was a transformation of the body. Han Shuo transformed into a 50-meter-tall giant precisely because of this transformation. Mind change was a transformation of the state of mind. It could keep one's state of mind at its best during any battle. Consciousness change allowed Han Shuo to see through the minutest details, sense inexplicable dangers, and constantly pay attention to his opponent's state during battle. On the other hand, the bloodlust change could cause Han Shuo to fall into a demonic trance in an instant, turning him into a cold, emotionless, bloodthirsty demon with no sense of pain. This bloodlust change could only be grasped and deployed after the body, mind, and consciousness transformations were completed. Space change, earth change, and sky change were 3 killing moves that utilized heaven and earth. Omen change was a transformation that must be mastered before one could become an omen. Even Chu Kanglin hadn't mastered it back then. At the 9 changes realm, one could cultivate all 9 transformations. Once all 9 transformations were mastered, one could break through to the next level, the omen realm. After transforming into a 50-meter-tall giant, Han Shuo was like an ancient demonic god that descended upon the Dragon Valley. He let out an earth-shattering roar, and the entire Dragon Valley seemed to be shaken by a great earthquake. The rumbling sound never stopped. "Who's there?" A furious roar came from the depths of the Dragon Valley. A rank 5 golden dragon transformed into a streak of golden light and soared into the sky from a hill. As soon as this golden dragon emerged, other dragons flew out from the various mountain ranges around the Dragon Valley. Each and every one of them glared at Han Shuo, wishing they could tear this intruder into pieces. "You're a titan?" When the rank 5 golden dragon flew out and saw Han Shuo's enormous body, its angry expression turned into shock and it cried out in surprise. The race of Titans had once enjoyed a period of glory on Profound Continent. With their enormous bodies and boundless strength, the race of Titans had always been praised as a race of primordial gods. Even the race of great dragons dared not underestimate the race of Titans. When the Type 5 Golden Dragon saw how huge Han Shuo was, he immediately linked him to the Titan race that had disappeared for a long time. No! Han Shuo glared fiercely at the rank 5 Golden Dragon and said sinisterly, 5 years ago, when the space-time discontinuum was torn apart, I came to help you out of goodwill. In the end, your primordious dragons cut off the planar passage. Do you still remember me? As soon as these words came out, all the dragons were shocked. Some of the dragons who had experienced that great change carefully looked at Han Shuo for a while. Suddenly, a dragon roared. So it's you, that evil necromancer? Haha, it's me. You didn't expect this, did you? I'm still alive and I'm doing very well. Han Shuo threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He said fiercely, where's that primordious dragon who claims to be the guardian of Profound Continent? Come out and see if you can seal me in another dimension. Evil heretic, the Dragon Valley isn't a place where you can run wild. The rank 5 Golden Dragon roared and charged at Han Shuo. After learning that Han Shuo wasn't a Titan, the Golden Dragon no longer had any misgivings. He charged at Han Shuo furiously, intending to tear Han Shuo apart. Worm, you're courting death. Han Shuo's face turned cold. He similarly flew towards the Golden Dragon with his enormous body. His enormous body left a monstrous shadow in the Dragon Valley. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the Golden Dragon. The demonic blades were unsheathed. Dazzling rays of light burst out from his claws and pierced towards the Golden Dragon's body. Han Shuo's sharp claws sank into the Golden Dragon's body and began to stir violently. This rank 5 Golden Dragon could be considered a top-notch expert on Profound Continent, possessing strength on par with human demigods. Unfortunately, Han Shuo's strength far surpassed his, and the demonic blades were sharper than he had imagined. Even the Golden Dragon, known to have the strongest physical body, couldn't withstand a single stab from Han Shuo. The Golden Dragon's body was mangled and blood flowed down the valley like a small waterfall. Oh! The Golden Dragon howled mournfully. He twisted his body and coiled around Han Shuo's enormous body. He exerted all his strength to tighten his grip, intending to break Han Shuo. Han Shuo sneered cruelly. He turned a blind eye to the struggle of the Golden Dragon. He abruptly pulled the demonic blades out of the dragon's body, then paused in midair for a moment before ruthlessly stabbing them back in again. Han Shuo grinned maliciously as he stirred the Golden Dragon's body. Arg! The Golden Dragon shrieked miserably. He did his utmost to coil around Han Shuo's body. However, after undergoing the 9 changes, Han Shuo's body had become abnormally tough. The Golden Dragon's seemingly indomitable strength did not have the slightest effect on Han Shuo. Kill him, kill this heretic. Tanai and all the other great dragons soared into the sky and charged at Han Shuo. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Flames and icicles shot towards Han Shuo. All kinds of magic were released by the dragons, surging towards Han Shuo. From today onwards, Dragon Valley shall be called Dragon Tomb, Han Shuo said with a sneer. He raised the demonic blades in his right hand and ruthlessly stabbed them into the Golden Dragon's head. With a sinister grin, Han Shuo twisted the blade twice. The Golden Dragon's head was reduced to mush, its life force slowly fading away. Han Shuo then flung the doomed Golden Dragon far away. It crashed into a hill with a loud rumble. Blood gushed out of its body. It was obvious that it would not survive. With a sway of his body, Han Shuo's enormous body evaded the numerous magic attacks. He suddenly appeared next to another green dragon. He stomped on the green dragon and pressed down with all his might, sending the green dragon straight into the Dragon Valley below. Han Shuo landed on the ground and stomped a few more times. The green dragon was badly mutilated by Han Shuo's stomps. It was beyond dead. Fight him! All the great dragons went berserk. They gathered together and attacked Han Shuo with all their might. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between these dragons and Han Shuo was too great. Han Shua took a step forward and helped Ermite Cotton to his feet. He sincerely said, "As citizens of the Lancelot Empire, we walk the same path and our enemies are the same. There is no need to be overly courteous." Chapter 603. In the history of Profound Continent there had been many mighty characters. Ermite Cotton and the other two were characters who transcended an era. The three of them once played extremely important roles on the stage of Profound Continent. However, the Primordius Dragon felt that their existence had disturbed the normal order of Profound Continent. Therefore, he imprisoned the three beneath the Dragon Valley. Although the three of them possessed formidable strength, there was still a significant gap between them and the Primordius Dragon, the guardian of Profound Continent. Before the Primordius Dragon made his move, they could stir up havoc and run amok. But when the Primordius Dragon made his move, they could only surrender without putting up a fight. As the guardian of Profound Continent, the Primordius Dragon did not exterminate the three. After capturing them, he merely imprisoned them and did not take their lives. After listening to Ermite Cotton's narration, Han Shua learned that the Forbidden Land in the Dark Forest was the place where the three of them were captured. In that Forbidden Land, there were many unruly magical beasts who were punished to death for challenging the Primordius Dragon's dignity. "I'm going to settle the score with that old dragon," Pegasus said furiously after listening to Ermite Cotton's simple recount of the incident. Han Shua looked at Pegasus disdainfully and said with a faint smile, "Even 10 of you combined wouldn't be a match for the Primordius Dragon." Pegasus was a manticore who had had one fortuitous encounter after another. Although he wasn't a transcendent magical beast, he was lucky enough to obtain the crystal cores of 2 transcendent magical beasts that had died in battle. After absorbing the crystal cores of the 2 transcendent magical beasts, Pegasus underwent a mutation. After many years of painstaking cultivation, he broke through his shackles in one fell swoop and possessed mighty strength that surpassed rank 5. The ancient lizard king Degasi that Han Shua encountered in the underground world was merely a rank 5 magical beast. According to the classification of magical beasts, Pegasus should possess rank 6 strength, which was equivalent to a base god in the general sense. However, no matter how powerful a base god was, when facing a low god, the Primordius Dragon, there was only death. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Damn it, are we going to swallow this insult after being imprisoned for so many years? Upon hearing Han Shua's words, Pegasus knew that it was impossible for him to take revenge on the Primordius Dragon given his strength. He shouted furiously, "No, I must take revenge. Even if we can't kill that Primordius Dragon, we should at least kill his descendants." "You won't have the chance." Han Shua smiled and pointed at the Dragon Valley. "Take a closer look. Do you still have a chance to attack?" Pegasus looked around and found the ground littered with dragon corpses. The badly mangled corpses of more than a dozen giant dragons were lying in disorder around the Dragon Valley. They had long lost all signs of life. You've already killed all of them?" the female demon exclaimed in shock. Han Shua nodded and said calmly, "That's right. Other than the Primordius Dragon who left, all the dragons in the Dragon Valley died here. This is bad. That Primordius Dragon definitely won't let you off. Back then we did not offend the dragons. That's why we were imprisoned under the Dragon Valley. Those experts who hunted and killed the dragons weren't as fortunate as us. All of them were killed by the Primordius Dragon. I believe that once the Primordius Dragon learns that you're the culprit, he will kill you at all costs and not simply imprison you," Gree the female demon said with a frown. She seemed worried for Han Shua. "Doesn't matter. If the Primordius Dragon hasn't made any progress after deploying the boundary of God, the next time I run into him will be the day he dies." Han Shua's face turned cold as he proudly said. If the Primordius Dragon was still a mid-stage low god, with his 2 early-stage low god avatars, in addition to his main body and little skull, Han Shua was certain that he could slay the Primordius Dragon. Therefore, Han Shua wasn't being arrogant when he said those words. If you can really kill the Primordius Dragon, the Profound Continent will really be ruled by our Lancelot Empire. Air Mike Cotton was overjoyed and appeared extremely excited. You will see that day come. Han Shua put on a confident smile. He then looked around and said, but before that, let's first resolve the current crisis facing Lancelot Empire. What should we do? As the founder of Lancelot Empire, Air Mike Cotton had not let go of his lofty ideals and lofty aspirations even after 500 years. He immediately asked after hearing Han Shua's words. First of all, we have to exterminate 2 religions. Follow me. Han Shua said in a murderous tone as he gazed in the direction of Kasi Empire where the Shrine of Ice was located. Pegasus and Gree the Banshee exchanged glances. They appeared rather excited, as though they were very much looking forward to the business of murder and arson. The fact that these 2 were imprisoned by the primordial dragon proved that they were used to being arrogant and cruel. It appeared that the centuries of imprisonment did not dull their temperament at all. They were still as bloodthirsty as ever. Hovering in the sky above the Dragon Valley, Han Shua unfolded his consciousness and sensed for a while. When he discovered that there was nothing else worth staying in the Dragon Valley, he brought the 3 fellows who had been imprisoned for many years and flew in the direction of Kasi Empire's snowland. The 3 of them possessed base god strength. It didn't take them long to arrive at the bitterly cold snowland where the Shrine of Ice was located after a series of transportation matrices. The party of 4, including Han Shua, did not conceal their tracks. They arrogantly descended on the numerous snowy peaks of the Shrine of Ice. There are no experts here at all. Only a woman can barely be considered an opponent. Hovering loftily above the numerous snowy peaks of the Shrine of Ice, Pegasus quietly observed the surrounding situation and said to Han Shua with flagging interest, Pegasus, Gree, the 2 of you go ahead and destroy the sacred mountain of the Shrine of Ice. Han Shua unfolded his consciousness and immediately discovered Snow Celestial Tiana's position. Recalling the betrayal he received on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light, Han Shua's heart turned as cold as the surrounding weather. That's not a difficult task. I like doing these kinds of destructive work. Pegasus laughed cruelly. Without waiting for Gree the Banshee to make a move, he had already descended. The manticore was a savage, carnivorous magical beast by nature. Even though Pegasus had evolved to the 6th grade, the manticore's nature remained unchanged. It still had an innate interest in killing. However, Gree the Banshee's attack seemed to come even faster. She did not need to rely on physical contact. All of a sudden, she let out a shrill shriek. Her ear-piercing shriek tore through the vast sky and spread to every snowy peak in the snowy region amidst the whistling cold wind. Gree the Banshee cultivated in the elemental energy of the wind. Her race had always had the bizarre ability to use her voice to attack and confuse. By fusing her voice with the element of wind, Gree the Banshee's shriek possessed extraordinary offensive power. Suddenly, amidst her ear-piercing shriek, avalanches occurred in many parts of the snowy region. The shrill shriek echoed ceaselessly across the snowy region. Many disciples of the Shrine of Ice on the snowy peaks could no longer bear the disturbance of the shriek. One after another, they walked out of their shrines and glared at Gree the Banshee, who was shrieking in the sky. Who goes there? How dare you behave atrociously in our Shrine of Ice? A great swordmaster with an ice-cold expression, wielding a long sword that flickered with a chilling light, bellowed at Gree, who was hovering in the sky. Bang! Just as he shouted, Pegasus, who had descended from the sky, had already arrived in front of him. Pegasus did not give the swordmaster any chance to retaliate. His muscular body stepped on the swordmaster's body and forcefully stomped him into the depths of the snowy region, rendering him unable to make another sound. Gree the Banshee's shrill shriek continued. The element of wind above the snowy region began to gather frantically. With the help of her voice, her shriek began to reverberate across every mountain peak in the snowy region. As Gree the Banshee's shriek grew louder and louder, many disciples of the Shrine of Ice with weaker strength began to bleed from their ears. Clearly, they had suffered extremely serious injuries. The avalanche continued. Amidst the rumbling noises, several snowy peaks of the Shrine of Ice in the snowy region began to sway. Pegasus flew and landed on the summit of the highest snowy peak. He transformed into his original form of a ferocious manticore and began slaughtering all the disciples of the Shrine of Ice who had encircled him. Pegasus' strength was just too much higher than Pegasus. His claws and fangs moved in rapid succession, tearing apart the disciples of the Shrine of Ice one after another. There was simply no one who could stand a chance against him. Back then, Pegasus and Gree were ferocious existences that struck fear into the hearts of all experts on Profound Continent. Now that the two of them have emerged, I'm afraid that no one on Profound Continent other than you and the Primordius Dragon can restrain them, Ermite Cotton explained to Han Shuo. Ermite Cotton explained to Han Shuo in an indifferent tone as he watched Pegasus and Gree massacre the disciples below. The Primordius Dragon is a little too merciful. If I were in his shoes, I would have killed them long ago if I disobeyed him, Han Shuo said smilingly. After thinking for a moment, a thought struck him and he said, "Oh right, I've obtained the dark magic training notebook and your magic staff that you left behind in the forbidden area. We really are fated to meet. However, I've already given those 2 items away. I don't think I'll be able to return them to you." Ermite Cotton was rather pleasantly surprised to hear those words from Han Shuo. He gazed deeply into Han Shuo's eyes and sighed. "It seems that we are indeed fated to meet. Back then I thought I was going to die for sure. Therefore, I left these worldly possessions behind, hoping that someone would inherit my cultivation system. Little did I expect that they would fall into your hands. It seems that our meeting this time is truly a fortuitous encounter." Stop! While the two were conversing, a tender shout with astonishing momentum sounded from the highest snowy peak below. Then a figure suddenly flew out. It was none other than Snow Celestial Tiana, who had once plotted against Han Shuo. Chapter 604. During the trip to Tarag Canyon, Han Shuo and the others each had their own gains. Tiana had obtained a water elemental crystal, which allowed her soul to fuse with the crystal and form a soul of element. After forming a soul of element, Tiana's strength had improved substantially after years of intensive research on water elemental energy. She was now attempting to form a body of element. However, although Tiana's strength had improved, she was still a demigod before she formed a body of element. A mere demigod couldn't even defeat Pegasus and Gree the Banshee, let alone Han Shuo. Dressed in clothes as white as snow, Tiana's expression was cold and detached. Snowflakes danced around her. She let out a loud shout and flew into the air, glaring angrily at Gree the Banshee who was howling shrilly above her head. Without Han Shuo's instructions, Gree the Banshee did not even spare Tiana a glance. She continued to howl shrilly above the snowy peaks with the sound of tearing the sky. Many disciples of the Shrine of Ice with inferior strength gradually couldn't hold on any longer. Some fell into a dazed and dizzy state, while others had their eardrums ruptured. They had sustained rather serious injuries. Pegasus reverted to his original form. Similarly, he ignored Tiana's rebuke and did as he should. Pegasus could be seen rampaging through the snowy peaks, unceremoniously tearing those who dared to resist into shreds. "Who the hell are you people? What kind of deep grudge does the Shrine of Ice have against you?" Tiana bellowed, glaring furiously at Gree who was still howling shrilly above her head. Pegasus and Gree turned a blind eye to Tiana's question. They continued to mercilessly attack the disciples of the Shrine of Ice below. Just as Tiana was about to make her move, Han Shuo flew down from the clouds and missed above the snowy peaks, chuckling coldly. "Snow Celestial Tiana, long time no see. Do you still recognize me?" As soon as Han Shuo descended, he waved his hand to stop Gree and Pegasus' incessant killing. Then he looked at Tiana and said smilingly. Tiana was all too familiar with Han Shuo. The moment she saw Han Shuo's silhouette appear, she immediately turned pale with fright. She cried out in alarm, "It's you? You didn't die?" Like many others, Tiana believed that the matters confirmed by the Light Pope would never be wrong. Therefore, she had long regarded Han Shuo as a dead man. Now that she suddenly saw Han Shuo again in the Shrine of Ice, she was truly astonished. Do you think that I'm really dead just because the Supreme Pontiff of the Light Church said that he would eliminate me?" Han Shuo looked Tiana up and down with a faint smile on his face. Remembering the hatred of the past, he walked step by step towards Tiana in the void. His face gradually grew cold as he stared at Tiana and said icily, How could I die so easily without killing you despicable bastards? Han Shuo didn't deliberately display his powerful aura, but Tiana, whose soul had fused with the elemental crystal, could instinctively sense the terrifying power concealed within Han Shuo's body. Tiana couldn't tell what realm Han Shuo had reached, but she clearly knew that Han Shuo was extremely powerful. A sense of fear that she hadn't felt for many years arose in her heart. Even when facing the saintess of the Church of Light, Tiana didn't have such deep cowardice. This feeling caused her heart to gradually sink. The closer Han Shuo got, the more scared she became. Are you afraid? Han Shuo sneered at Tiana. He felt the thrill of revenge as he ridiculed Tiana with words. No, I'm not. Tiana's tone was somewhat bitter when she said those words. Even she herself noticed the strangeness of her tone. After today, the Shrine of Ice will disappear from Profound Continent. All your years of hard work will be for naught. And you, the old whore who once betrayed me, will disappear along with the Shrine of Ice. As Han Shuo walked towards Tiana, he repeatedly attacked her with words, making her taste the humiliation of being humiliated before her death. Shut up. I won't slap you. Tiana, as the snow goddess of the Shrine of Ice, finally couldn't endure being called an old whore by Han Shuo to her face. Pegasus Gree, get ready to attack. Kill every last one of the Shrine of Ice and destroy their foundation. Han Shuo instructed Pegasus and Gree with a grin. Don't worry, we will kill every single one of you here. Pegasus, still in his manticore form, cruelly guaranteed with his hands covered in blood. Very well. You may continue. Han Shuo laughed heartily. Then he flew towards Tiana and grabbed her. Han Shuo didn't seem to have employed any special martial arts or incantations, but an invisible energy took the form of a whip and lashed at Tiana's body with a loud crack. As an expert who was on the verge of breaking through to base god realm, Tiana actually had no way to evade Han Shuo's attack. She clearly sensed an invisible energy approaching her body and retreated in a fluster. However, she still couldn't escape the lash of the whip and was struck in an instant. Tiana, who had the image of a noble and beautiful woman, was whipped on the side of her waist by Han Shuo. The mist that had been shrouding Tiana miraculously vanished without a trace, as though it was dispersed by Han Shuo's whip. After the strike, a hole was torn in the snow-white silk robe around Tiana's waist, revealing her fair skin. The red scar on her snow-white skin was extremely obvious. The strength of Han Shuo's whip was extremely precise. It wouldn't kill Tiana in an instant, but it would cause her extreme pain. Especially when the whip tore her clothes, it brought her a sense of unbearable humiliation. Tiana had always been a lofty goddess-like figure in the Shrine of Ice. When had she ever been whipped like a slave? When Han Shuo's attack landed on her body, the pain it brought her was far more than just physical. Interesting. I'm sure those disciples of your Shrine of Ice have never seen you like this. Han Shuo chuckled coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not wait for Tiana to fly away. He lashed her body several more times in succession, leaving several bright red whip marks on her body and tearing her snow-white robe once again. Tiana was fleeing, but she couldn't escape. Inexplicably, layers of air walls had appeared in front of her, slowing down her pace of escape. Meanwhile, Han Shuo was sneering as he chased after her unhurriedly. Each and every one of his invisible attacks landed on Tiana's body, leaving one whip mark after another on her body. Her insides were also invaded by a bizarre energy, as though hundreds and thousands of little bugs were gnawing at her body. Below Tiana were the many disciples of the Shrine of Ice. At some point, Pegasus and Gree had all stopped their pursuit of those people. After being repeatedly humiliated by Han Shuo, Tiana was obviously unable to endure the double torment of her body and soul. Han Shuo paid no attention to Tiana's blood-curdling screams, nor did he whip her again. His two eyes were glistening as he secretly sized up the strange situation of the snowy peaks around him. In his heart, He silently pondered over the abnormality of this sacred land. Suddenly, the elemental energy of water in the center of the snowy peaks began to circulate at high speed. Beams of cold, intense light burst out from the tall, sharp buildings at the top of the snowy peaks. The intense light from the buildings intersected and connected. Frigid air suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. This snowy region of the Shrine of Ice was extremely cold to begin with. Now that the temperature had plummeted once again, not only were the most devout believers of the snow goddess unaffected, they even cheered and shouted, "The goddess has shown herself. The snow goddess has heard our prayers." The invaders, including Han Shuo, were all affected by the frigid air. Each and every one of them felt that the temperature was somewhat frighteningly low. Snow Celestial Tiana, who had been imprisoned by Han Shuo's air wall from the very beginning, began to experience strange changes amidst creaking noises. The air wall that Han Shuo deployed there was invaded by waves of frigid air, and was frozen to the point of losing its original strength. Snow Celestial Tiana, who had been beaten black and blue all over, glared fiercely at Han Shuo with clenched teeth. Her half-exposed bosom heaved up and down rapidly. Her voice was as cold as solid ice. "The snow goddess must have felt our cheers. Don't even think about walking out of this snowy region alive today. Holy crap, it can't be that weird, can it?" Even the rank 6 scorpion-tailed lion Pegasus could sense something strange in the surrounding atmosphere. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise when he heard Tiana's words. "Brian, will the snow goddess really come?" Ermite Cotton asked Han Shuo. He was still rather calm. Ever since he sensed 2 domains of divinity on Han Shuo's body, Ermite Cotton knew that Han Shuo could be considered a true god. He had no idea what was going on with the strange changes happening in this snowy region. However, he believed that Han Shuo should know a little bit about it. Han Shuo nodded with a sullen face and explained, "When the power of faith of a believer can converge in a bizarre manner, and with the help of altars, magical matrices, or sacrificial offerings and other mediums, they can summon their devotees with fanatical faith. As a god, the devotees can indeed sense it. With the help of altars and other mediums, they can even appear for a short period of time in an alien material plane that is infinitely far away." After taking a short pause, Han Shuo surveyed the surroundings. "I would like to meet those from the Shrine of Ice." Han Shuo shot a glance at the 3 and nodded, indicating that they should not make useless sacrifices. Pegasus and Gree felt as though they had been granted amnesty after hearing those words from Han Shuo. They hastily retreated into the distance. Ermite Cotton was the only one who gave Han Shuo a deep look and said, "Be careful. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Han Shuo could tell that Ermite Cotton was genuinely concerned about him. Unlike Pegasus and Gree, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and put on a gentle attitude. Ermite Cotton nodded and said no more. He then flew in the direction Pegasus and Gree had left. Han Shuo replied in the same cold, indifferent voice as he sized up the newcomer with rapt attention. He unfolded his consciousness, trying to figure out just how much strength this person possessed. Unfathomable. This was Han Shuo's evaluation of this person after probing with his consciousness. The person who had forcibly occupied Tiana's soul nodded his head lightly and coldly said, "Very well then. Since the foundation of this place has been destroyed by you, then no matter what, you will die." These words were like a judgment, as though killing Han Shuo was a matter of course, no different from crushing an ant to death. As soon as these words were uttered, the person draped in Tiana's body charged straight at Han Shuo. Without any fancy movements, he lightly and skillfully punched out. All of a sudden, the water element in his domain of divinity in the entire snowfield instantly poured into his body. The bone-chilling temperature in the surroundings instantly returned to normal. It was as though spring had suddenly returned to the warmth of spring and flowers were blooming. Han Shuo felt a chill in his heart. He could clearly sense that the water element energy shrouding the several icy peaks had all been concentrated in this one punch. The divine energy contained within the punch was so frigid that it affected Han Shuo's body and senses, giving him a feeling of helplessness where there was no room for retreat. Han Shuo's consciousness was unable to determine what realm this person was in. However, with this punch, the domain of divinity of water had undergone such a huge change. Immediately, Han Shuo was certain that this person had surpassed the realm of low god. Without knowing how strong this person was, Han Shuo did not dare to rashly block this attack. All of a sudden, his body, mind, and spirit underwent a transformation at the same time. Han Shuo was like a pool of stagnant water. There was not the slightest ripple in his heart. Han Shuo adjusted his body transformation, mind transformation, and consciousness transformation to a tranquil state. It was as though he could strangely sense the trajectory of this punch and the energy contained within it. By the time that person's punch landed, Han Shuo's figure had already reappeared 1,000 meters away. A clap of thunder boomed in the sky where Han Shuo's punch landed. Several snowy peaks that had just thawed suddenly shook violently. Huge rocks tumbled down. That person let out a soft cry of surprise, as though he did not expect that Han Shuo would be able to evade his attack. He appeared extremely astonished. Han Shuo, who was already 1,000 meters away, sensed the power of that person's punch with his tranquil and unperturbed mind. After quickly weighing the situation, Han Shuo realized that this person was definitely a mid-god. However, because his divine body could not descend to this material plane, the power that Tiana, the medium, could generate was limited. It was simply not enough to kill him. With this conclusion in mind, Han Shuo let out a mischievous sneer. His body of 3 souls suddenly shook. 2 identical copies of Han Shuo appeared. That person cried out in surprise again. He was somewhat astonished by what he saw. His tranquil eyes were now a little strange. Without waiting for him to ask or attack again, Han Shuo's 3 bodies moved simultaneously and rapidly shot towards him from 3 different directions. Han Shuo deployed 2 domains of divinity at the same time. The element of death and edict of destruction were forcibly squeezed into his domain of divinity. His avatars swayed continuously, their corporeal forms indistinguishable. Ever since Han Shuo cultivated 3 bodies, he had never attacked a single person with all his strength. Although this mid-god who descended through Tiana's body could only exert a small portion of his strength, he was still a mid-god. There was an insurmountable gap between a low god and a mid-god. Han Shuo had no choice but to give it his all. Bang! 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 Halfway through, the 3 Han Shuos simultaneously hit a wall. They were forcibly blocked by an invisible barrier. Han Shuo immediately realized that the person's domain of divinity was more powerful than he had imagined, because his cultivation realm was higher than his. Having more people doesn't necessarily mean you'll gain the upper hand, that person coldly said. He threw another punch at Han Shuo's avatar of destruction. At this moment, when Han Shuo's 3 bodies charged over, they were all blocked by the ice-cold barrier. Moreover, they were all invaded by the frigid air. Han Shuo retreated while expelling the frigid air from his body. The situation had become extremely dangerous. It would be very difficult for one to move after suffering such heavy injuries. However, none of Han Shuo's 3 bodies were normal. His avatar of destruction was transformed from the Demon Slayer Edge, his avatar of death was transformed from the skeletal staff, and his avatar of demonic arts was the physical body of his main body. Moreover, he possessed an almost undying body. How could an ordinary body compare to his? Therefore, although all 3 of Han Shuo's bodies were frozen, Han Shuo didn't lose the ability to counterattack at all. Just when that person thought that Han Shuo was at his wit's end and was about to silently recover his divine energy to deliver a final attack on Han Shuo's soul, he heard a creaking sound coming from Han Shuo's avatar of destruction. That person was startled and hastily turned his head to look. Then he suddenly cried out in surprise. He was shocked by what he saw. After a fierce battle, all three of Han Shuo's bodies were injured. However, the soul of that mid-god who had descended into the world was also gravely injured by Han Shuo. The damage to his soul was even more serious than the damage to Han Shuo's physical body. After paying such a heavy price, he still failed to kill Han Shuo. Instead, he had to flee with his tail between his legs. No matter how one looked at it, Han Shuo had won this battle. Although the victory was somewhat difficult and he had also paid a heavy price, Han Shuo felt a strong sense of satisfaction when he recalled that his opponent was a mid-god. The three bodies merged into one. Han Shuo took a deep breath and suddenly let out a shrill howl. The sound waves spread far and wide, reaching the three base gods who had retreated a step earlier. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Han Shuo attentively sensed the injuries suffered by his three bodies. By now, the puncture wound on Han Shuo's chest had completely healed. Most of the frigid aura in his body had also been purged. On the other hand, the two avatars of Han Shuo's that had suffered such a heavy blow would take some time to recover. They could only be nursed back to health slowly. Of Han Shuo's three bodies, the two avatars of Han Shuo's did not have a single scratch on them due to the special materials they were made of. They appeared to be in good condition. However, the damage came from the inside. They needed to be repaired using enormous elemental and edictal force over a period of time. On the contrary, Han Shuo's main body that cultivated in demonic arts seemed to have suffered extremely heavy injuries. However, due to the special nature of his body, he possessed an extremely freakish self-healing ability. By using demonic yuan to make up for the injuries, it didn't take long for him to recover more than half of his injuries. From this aspect, it could be seen that the main body that cultivated in demonic arts was indeed marvelous. It had absolutely no fear of huge injuries coming from the physical body. This battle had given Han Shuo a lot of valuable experience. While secretly inspecting the injuries on his body, Han Shuo was also carefully reflecting on the scene of the battle just now. From the previous battle, Han Shuo understood that it was because the opponent's domain of divinity was a realm higher than his opponent's. Just this point alone made him almost invincible. Within the opponent's domain of divinity, Han Shuo appeared to be restrained and his strength was greatly reduced. Although the opponent's domain of divinity was a realm higher, the opponent appeared calm and unruffled. In an instant he extracted all the elemental energy within the domain of divinity and condensed it into a single punch. The explosive force formed was extremely terrifying. If not for the fact that Han Shuo had used rapid change to swiftly escape, he would have been seriously injured by the first punch. Because his divine body could not descend, the opponent's divine energy was not much stronger than Han Shuo's. However, by relying on the strength of the domain of divinity and his skillful manipulation of elemental energy, he was able to single-handedly deal with all three of Han Shuo's bodies without dying. If not for Han Shuo using the Pearls of Annihilation to catch him off guard, and then using tactics to endlessly disturb his mind, it would have been hard to say whether he could have won in the end. From this aspect, it could be seen that being a realm higher in the deity realm was not just an increase in divine energy. This battle allowed Han Shuo to truly understand the dangers of a battle between deities. He also understood some situations that he did not understand in the past. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded from afar. Han Shuo raised his head and glanced into the distance. He knew that the three had understood the meaning of his whistle and were rushing over. "How are you?" Ermite Cotton was startled when he arrived. He hastily approached Han Shuo and asked, "I'm injured. Those from the Shrine of Ice Shore are hard to deal with." Fortunately, they managed to escape. Han Shuo said to Ermite Cotton with a bitter smile, "Are your injuries serious? Do you need to rest immediately? Ermite Cotton asked with a frown. He appeared somewhat worried. In any case, my injuries aren't light. God damn it, those religions that have existed for a long time are indeed not easy to deal with. Han Shuo nodded and cursed. Suddenly, Han Shuo noticed that when he mentioned that his injuries were not light, the eyes of Pegasus and Gree the Banshee flickered for a moment, as though they had some ideas. With a thought, Han Shuo looked at the two with a sneer and abruptly stood up. With a flash of light, Han Shuo appeared in front of Pegasus. He spread his hand over Pegasus' head and said in a sinister tone, "What? Do you want to kill me while I'm seriously injured?" I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Pegasus was extremely frightened. He hastily knelt before Han Shuo. He was so frightened that he didn't even dare to move. No matter how heavily injured I am, killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Don't try to show off your little tricks in front of me. In the face of absolute power, you'd better put away your little tricks as soon as possible, Han Shuo said unhurriedly with a mischievous smile as he looked at Pegasus. I wouldn't dare. I really wouldn't dare. When Pegasus saw the ground littered with corpses, he thought that all of them were killed by Han Shuo. He was truly afraid that Han Shuo would immediately finish him off. He was bitterly begging for Han Shuo's forgiveness. It seems like people like you need to be restrained a little. Otherwise, I reckon you won't be too honest. Han Shuo grinned nastily. A drop of blood spurted out from his index finger. He infused it with some divine energy and sealed it in Pegasus' brain. If you don't have enough strength, you better not have any thoughts of resisting. Otherwise, your brain will explode with a single thought of mine. He. Han Shuo was all smiles as he looked at the trembling Pegasus. His attitude was amiable. Well, Gree, if you think you can escape, you can give it a try. Han Shuo removed his big hand from Pegasus' head and shot a cold glance at Gree, who was timidly trying to escape in the distance. My lord, you misunderstand. I'm not trying to escape. Gree forced a smile and explained with a bitter face. You are a smart person. You should know what to do. Just come here obediently. Han Shuo looked at Gree with an unruffled smile and said unhurriedly. Understood. Gree heaved a sigh and thought to herself, why am I so unlucky to run into such a demon? Sigh, I'm done for this time. With a smile on her face, Gree obediently walked up to Han Shuo, extended her head in front of Han Shuo, and said, My lord, please apply the seal. That's more like it. Han Shuo smiled evilly and applied the same seal on Gree. What about me, Brian? Ermite Cotton walked up to Han Shuo and asked with a smile. What are you talking about? How can I treat you like that? Han Shuo pretended to be angry. He glared at Ermite Cotton and said sincerely, You are different from them. I can tell who is sincere and who is pretending. Pegasus and Gree both wore bitter faces. They exchanged glances and sighed inwardly at the same time. They thought to themselves, how unlucky I am. I really don't have a chance to escape anymore. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.